Hi everyone! Okay, hold on. You guys are gonna have to tell me if the volume is too loud, but I'm gonna keep this backtrack on. Kuma very kindly threw this music track together in like one night. So I was like, oh my goodness, I have to use it. Doesn't it sound great? Anyways, it's good for you? Okay. If it needs to be louder, let me know. I don't know if my voice is too loud. Maybe it is. I don't know. But hello everyone. I wanted to prep a little bit better for this episode, but we did what we could. Had a bit of work to do today, so yeah. Okay, we're starting. Very exciting. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And hi Sci-Fi. Hello Mod. Hello Penguin. It's podcast time. And Kunie, hello. Nope. I'm currently using Delta's commissioned AFK screen for my little podcast room. I think it works really well. Hi Hatsu. Hello! Hello Beefalo! Hi Tim! Hi Trashcan! All good, thank you for the lurk! Oh, honestly, if I'm not yapping about like yaoi or something super random, I kind of, like, it doesn't go anywhere, so it's only what I'm yapping about. And hi Evan, hi Kunie, hello guys, and thank you Sci-Fi. It'll be very informal podcast, but I have a lot of stuff I want to cover. Yeah, maybe scale down the chat a little, but you guys are so cute. Don't you think you guys are so cute, Dojo? Oh, sounds like booty! Fire that guy. Hi Forte, hi Shuvo. Oh, chair and tablet setup? Yeah, you guys wondering why I'm late? I was like, you know, if I'm just on the screen by myself, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. It's just like, it's not cozy enough. Hi gang, hello! Maybe in the future I will like commission some like more personalized stuff, but I think this will do for now. And hi Kitsu, hello, you're not late at all! And thank you. Hi Kuma, thank you so much for the music track, and Royale stream eventually. Dub. You can ask for my Yaoi Rex tomorrow. Actually, wait, not tomorrow. I'm not even live tomorrow. Maybe in 3 days. That being said, I didn't really go through my redeems and everything, but if there's anything that takes a long time for me to do, the welcome home bitches are fine, but like anything that takes a long time, we're just gonna push or refund for next time. I also turned down all my alert sounds so they're a little bit quieter, so that we can yap and talk. And it's not just me yapping, so please feel free to like join the conversation and provide your own experiences and stuff and ask any questions you want to ask. Yeah, me the cutest. Oh my goodness, stop. Alrighty. So I have a little PowerPoint I can get us started with. But basically I will start us off by saying I've been wanting to do a podcast for a while, and I knew I wouldn't want it to be themed after like one theme, so each episode probably won't be themed specifically after streaming. There might maybe other themes, other fun themes that we'll do, but because I was struggling to come up with what I wanted to start with, while I was going through like some more stressful time streaming, I thought it'd be really nice to do a podcast and start the episode with something I'm more familiar with. And while I've only been streaming for around 3 years, I feel like I've been able to experience a lot of different challenges. Some of them I dealt with pretty well, I would say, and there's a lot of them I haven't dealt with as well, and I've kind of learned from them. And so I think it'd be cool to like hear what everyone's gone through. There may be some challenges you've never heard of or never thought about, and you might just run into some challenges that you've also experienced, so you might hear about some that everyone's going through. Overall, I just think it'll be a nice space to like share those different things. Yeah, and so it won't necessarily be just like an advice podcast talking about things you could do to feel better. It might just be a space where everyone can talk about things that suck and things that we go through. And I think it'll be a nice healing time for us to kind of talk through these things and be okay with like struggling while streaming. Sometimes it can be really exhausting. Yeah, and I think it'd be really fun to talk about. So yeah, and it's a little bit of selfishness. I also kind of wanted to, not really vent, but just like give a little bit of insight into some of the things I'm going through. Sometimes I talk about it on stream that like there are like a lot of things I'm dealing with, or a lot of things I have to manage, and I can't, you know, my time management's not that great, and you know, I talk a little bit about it, but I think giving some specific examples and talking through it would be yeah, would help me as well, and see what you guys think about it, and maybe things I should focus on more and less. And so yeah. Healing, what's up? We're gonna heal. We're gonna heal, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. And so that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. I think we can get started. We had about, I think, almost 20 people fill out the Google form. So I put together a little PowerPoint of kind of the stats. So I do want to share that. It'll be really quick. Don't worry, we're not back in school. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys in the corner here for now. Let me see, let me open this up here. Okay. Let's get started with this guy. Awesome! Wow! Yay! Don't mind the red line. Don't worry about that. But yeah, okay, cool. Let's see. And the turret stream, what the heck? Oh, you guys are like, the chat's so close to my model now. Huh? Alright, so from the people who answered the form, and why don't we, actually, what we can do here is we could, let me see. I think it's like this. If you want to fill out the form now. We can, someone can pin that. If you still want to fill out the form, it won't go into the stats, but I could still read your story. So I did go through them to make sure like there's no doxing information, because they're all going to be anonymous. But if anyone wants to, feel free. We'll just leave it up there. But from the amount of people that filled out the form, most of the responses came from people that have been streaming from 2 to 5 years, and that's actually the range I've fallen as well. And then the next most was 1 to 2 years, and I think the next most was 6 to 1 year, and the last one was 10 plus years, which kind of makes sense, because I do feel like, you know, it is harder to stream that long, and I do think people who are thinking about all these challenges often fall into this like 2 to 5 range, especially when you start seeing like changes in community and like growth, and like maybe you've like left a category, and maybe you see like a decrease in viewership, and like different types of challenges that come around this time, so it kind of makes sense. And it's also probably the people I've run into too, so yeah. Alrighty. So what I've noticed from the forums, and what I did was I skimmed over the responses, and I just kind of checked for words that I would see a lot in all the responses, and it was really not that hard. I saw a ton about growth and like growing a community and being able to make a community, so that was like a huge thing for a lot of people, and I feel like that's like the core of streaming, you know, whether it's your community or a hodgepodge. Some people feel like it's not really their community, but it's like a hodgepodge of their friends' communities in their community, and we'll talk a little bit more on that. But I think in general, while you shouldn't feel like you own any of your viewers or your community, at the same time, you shouldn't feel that imposter syndrome of this is someone else's viewer, blah, 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 because they don't own them either, right? I think there's like a lot of different ways to look at your community, and like while you're growing especially. And I know it's a lot harder when you're like a smaller streamer. I don't really know what it's like to be like a huge streamer, but speaking from like maybe super small to like a little bit bigger, I've seen that like change. So we'll talk about that as well. Yeah, the next one, well, we'll just jump right to this burnout one since Kitsu mentioned it. Yeah, burnout, yeah. I just quoted this exactly from one of the responses because I thought it was so funny. Burnout is huge. And it's not just like, I've been streaming so many hours and I'm not like growing, or like sometimes it's just people who are streaming a lot and like don't have the energy because of like other things going on in their life. They just feel tired of playing the same games or can't find a game to stream. While I feel like a lot of burnout comes from like, I have to keep streaming because I want to maintain my viewership, I want to maintain my community, I want to maintain everything. A lot of it is just being straight up tired, and just being a lot of work, and that's what I've been seeing in a lot of the responses. I also thought I think the one of the biggest things is like trying to take vacations and taking time off. I think everyone feels a little bit of guilt, even if like streaming is not my full-time job and like it's really important to me and something I love to do. And I think the idea of taking a vacation and maybe everyone disappears, or like just not being as consistent and then suddenly everything falling apart, like it's definitely something that I like felt guilty about more in the past. You don't make any jokes about how many vacations I take, but I do feel like, yeah, like you always feel like you're on the job sometimes. When I first started streaming, I was always thinking about like what I'm gonna stream next, what events I'm gonna plan, what can I do, what can I say, and it felt like even when I wasn't streaming, I was thinking about streaming, and I feel like that makes it a lot more tiring. But yeah, so that's burnout. And kind of similar as balance, I saw a lot of people talk about work-life balance, just like straight up having too many work hours and not being sure if they have like enough energy to press the go live button and go stream. And I find myself doing this too sometimes. I'll be like, oh, like I kind of want to cancel today because I'm feeling a little tired. And sometimes I do. When I'm really tired, I do. But a lot of times I'm like, oh, I know I'll have a good time. Push through. You know, everyone's gonna make me feel better. It's gonna be great. And I think there are like individual occasions where, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have streamed today. I mean, like I was a little bit tired. And in those days, there are times where I've ended early. Maybe not as much, but it definitely happens. And I think, yeah, it kind of depends on what you're streaming and what day you're streaming and how, you know, how much work you did and how tired you are. So definitely is a big part of it. So yeah, so those are the 3 things I saw mainly of the responses, and I'm gonna go through and read each one of them. Yeah, and we'll go talk about them. And hi, Miss Bunny Roll. Yeah, we're doing a little podcasty. It caught your eye. It caught my eye too when I was reading the responses. Alrighty. Let me see here. So, you know what I could do? You know what I should have done? Because my next slide kind of talks about which ones are the most difficult, because I did poll all of my responders. So I'm gonna put up a poll and ask you guys which you think is the most, what most people thought was the hardest thing about streaming. So let me do that right now, and I'll hide my screen here. So let me just put that up. And I'm gonna give you guys some time to fill it. Like, I'm gonna probably make it a long poll while we go start the yapping. So yeah. Let me see here. Okay, new poll. All right, I'll give you 4 options. What do you think is the hardest thing? What do you think people said? Words hard. Well, I can't even phrase it. What do you think people said was the hardest thing about streaming? What do you think? Okay, Dub. Okay. So the options are being consistent, worrying about viewership, work-life balance, content ideas / shifting and pivoting. So I'm gonna give everyone 10 minutes. I'm gonna start the poll so you guys can vote and we can see what everyone thinks. And while you're doing that, we'll kind of just go and start yapping and going through everyone's responses. I went through and read them, and a lot of them are really eye-opening and helpful. So, okay, big chat. Okie doke, story time. Everyone get cozy. Alrighty. Okay, my first response was a joke response where someone said the challenge they faced as a streamer was not getting rated by Brew. And there was a typo, and they said Noit getting rated by Brew. And yeah, and that's quite unfortunate. That is quite unfortunate. I think at that point, yeah, like I think you just give up. Yeah, I think that's, you know, and they've been streaming 1 to 2 years too, so I had 1 to 2 years to rate them, I think. So, and I asked how was it resolved, and they said And I said, how was it resolved and how did you deal with it? And did you have any thoughts? And they said, I'm still dealing with it and it hasn't resolved yet. That is quite unfortunate. And it's actually Cap because I have rated this person. I know who it is. So anyways, don't lie. Don't lie in your responses, guys, because lying is bad and you'll get caught. So, that's something you struggle with? Are you talking about rating stuff? And work-life balance ties pretty closely to consistency. That's true. I think consistency, we're talking about just... yeah, it does tie up pretty closely. I would say, like, I guess what the thought process was just being able to keep streaming even if you don't have a lot of work and balance or whatever. It's like, some people don't, like, have a decent work-life balance, but they just, like, can't be consistent streaming because they don't know what to stream or they don't feel like streaming. I think it's... you can't have one and not the other. Yeah. But I think typically it is really similar, yeah. And thank you for the lurk, KO. I never get rid of my brew because I stream too early. See, this is a time zone diff. Definitely wasn't you. Wait, was it you? No, I think I know who it is too, though. Sorry. Anyways. Yeah, but I don't know if this person was trolling or not. We'll see. But they said they thought being consistent, content ideas shifting, planning for future events, worrying about viewership, work-life balance, dealing with rule breaking and bad etiquette were all things that they struggled with. They did not select all of them, so I do think that that part was probably true. So yeah. So we'll go on from that one. A little bit of fun there. Okay, our second response. This person has been streaming 2 to 5 years. They have a couple hundred followers, with a 1 to 3 person viewership per stream. And they mainly stream gacha games. And something they said that was a challenge that they faced as a streamer, was streaming consistently. So they said that not having a set schedule because of work, and after work, they don't have the energy, so they don't feel like bringing that low energy to stream. And this is something I saw throughout the responses. Like, even for me, when I'm setting my schedule, a lot of times I have to work it around my plans with friends. And what happens is, a lot of times I will have to, that's why I'm posting my schedule late, but a lot of times I have to reach out to all my collab people. If I'm doing Valorant Premiere or if I'm doing Final Fantasy rating, I usually have to reach out and be like, oh, are we doing this week? Is this happening? And then in addition to that, I also have to check for my hangouts with friends and stuff like that. Generally, work is not as much of an issue for me, but at times when I know I have a busy work day, a lot of times I'm more inclined to not stream that day or even the day before that, considering my schedule. Yeah, and this person says, yeah, like because they're not sure if they'll have energy after work, they're not sure if, yeah, they don't want to bring like that energy to stream. And I think that's totally valid. And it can be kind of scary too, like when you're feeling low energy, you don't know if you'll be entertaining, and I think that's pretty hard. I wouldn't say push through all the time when you're not feeling up to it. But there is a stage where if you're trying to be consistent, sometimes you, yeah, like sometimes you have to bring yourself to do it and put yourself through that experience. It's kind of like different ways to approach it, but this would lead to burnout, you know, if you force yourself. So, and so the next bullet point this person put was feeling burnout. They used to stream daily and eventually it caught up to them because of lack of sleep, and taking a month or two break off stream at certain points contributed to that as well. Yeah, and that's totally valid. I used to stream daily as well. Very, very difficult. At that point, I wasn't really working that much though. Like my job was way more chill. So I basically streamed and I would wake up for work, quote unquote. I would do like one meeting or one thing, and then I would just prepare for the next stream. And some of my streams when I was streaming daily were like more than 8 hours. And so I totally get that. Honestly, when you stream too much, it's coming from me, who often streams too much. Like, people can tell that you are lacking sleep and lacking energy, and oftentimes it's not as enjoyable for you and other people. So, yeah, definitely don't want to go down that route of burning yourself out. Yeah. Super degen are Australian to be rated by... I used to rate a lot of Australians, oh my goodness. Yeah, I was surprised you were on so late. The third bullet point this person put was not feeling as engaging or entertaining. They're really introverted and they said lack of social and communication skills. They felt like they had a lack of social and communication skills to keep the chat lively. Yeah, and what I've told a lot of people who say this, I think Dojo has talked about it, a couple other people have talked about it. It is really difficult. You can't just say like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Because in some sense it does. A lot of the biggest streamers are super entertaining, super engaging. But a lot of times there is like I guess, there's definitely a lot of room for streamers that aren't, I guess, super bubbly all the time. You know, relaxing a little bit and being yourself. And a lot of people there are a lot of other people online that are just the same way. That probably want like a more cozy, comfy energy to stream, so you can kind of reach out to those people as well. But I don't know, a lot of it also kind of comes into like, if that's the type of stream you enjoy watching, it does take a bit of growth, like character growth, for you to me just yapping right now, but like I do think like there is something to be said about wanting to be more entertaining and trying to do qualities of streams you like to watch. Like, for example, I think when I was first streaming, I really enjoyed watching Ludwig, and there were some VTubers I really enjoyed watching. I think in the past, I actually enjoyed watching Niji Sanji. I watched a lot of male VTubers, like indie male VTubers, when I first started, and not necessarily like copying other people. I guess you could kind of take inspiration from other people, but I realized like the type of content I enjoyed watching, and I kind of mixed in who I am with like the stuff I enjoy watching. And I think like that's when I got to a point where I was more happy with it. For example, doing Ara, doing Opero, all that stuff, not necessarily my thing, but it kind of like, it's not something I'm actually uncomfortable with, right? And so that kind of fit into the category of things that I kind of fell into. But I knew that I wanted what I like to watch. I liked watching like VTubers that weren't in character. Not necessarily like I hate watching VTubers in character. I love watching VTubers in character too, but I think what I gravitated towards were people that I felt like were people that I could be friends with. Not that I would necessarily be friends with all of them, but just like I felt like they had that really natural vibe. And I think that's where I was gravitating towards, and I really wanted to aim for that when I was streaming. I wanted to respond to people seriously and joke around a bit too, but I didn't want to, like, I guess, play too much of a character. And I think that's where I started going towards as well, but yeah. Level 99 RR, huh? But yeah. So I think, like, it is hard, but I wouldn't get yourself down about it. Like, starting streaming is, like, already, like, not a lot of people can do it, right? And so I think trying to be the most entertaining, like, a lot of these people that are super entertaining weren't entertaining day one. But I'm sure they were, like, happy with themselves at periods of their growth. And I think what you have to do is kind of be like, okay, yeah, I'm weaker in these areas, but these are where I'm strong. Let's focus on those and then slowly build those other skills and stuff like that. But anyway, you really are a Space Commander Blueberry Farmer? My lore came after my streaming. So honestly, I just made the model, had the blue hair, and I just had no lore whatsoever. Which is not what I suggest you do, but it is what I did. So yeah. And so I really, like, I just wanted to stream, like, for people, like, to meet me, you know? Even though, like, you're not actually meeting me, but, like, meeting me, you know? Okay, so the poll just ended. What do you think people said was hardest about stream? Being consistent. We will go over that soon, but yes, being consistent was the hardest. Actually, I think you guys got it exactly right. Yeah, you guys got it exactly right. Wow, you guys are so smart. Being consistent was the top one, and then work-life balance was second, and then worrying about viewership was third, and then content ideas and shifting was fourth. So yeah, as long as let's see, as long as you can grow, it sounds like, even if it's slow. Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as you are, like, growing slowly, yeah, that's the important thing. You don't want to stay stagnant and just be like, oh, I can't change. This is who I am. I'll never be entertaining. Like, a lot of it is like motivating yourself. Part of it is discovering who you are and what you want out of streaming. Exactly. And there are people that start off a little bit like ahead, you know. I'm sure there are people that are just like used to telling jokes. Maybe they were the class clown in like elementary school, in middle school, and then like streaming just came naturally. But people that are just as successful are often starting at like a further away point. There are a lot of people that can start and learn from it as well. So yeah, keep at it. The last thing this person said was lack of short form content, and I relate to this because honestly I feel like Twitch streaming and Discord stuff are the few things that I'm comfortable with. And a lot of things, and this shows up in a lot of the rest of the responses as well, but I guess engaging and growing on Twitch is super hard, and everyone talks about this too. A lot of times short form content is what's popular now, and it won't always be short form content. Like eventually something else is going to be more popular, and that's how all the youngins and how everyone are going to find you. But it kind of makes sense, right? Like even I like I'm scrolling through YouTube shorts all the time, and that's like often how I find and discover people. So for me, like I totally get that, but editing like your shorts after streaming for like a couple hours every week is super hard. It's a lot of work. Editing is a ton of work, and if you're gonna pay someone to do it, that's also a lot of work too, and a lot of money to invest. And even then, like when you're posting shorts and stuff like that, it may not even reach the right audience, or it might not propel you right away. So it's even more difficult. So you can pour in like a ton of resources to hopefully take off with it, and it might not even work because it's super oversaturated. So yeah, I totally feel that. I kind of have like what I do is like Chuyeon and Evan were both offered to edit some stuff for me, and I guess my route is that I didn't really want to take handouts, especially when it comes to like hard editing work like that, and so we kind of set up a way for me to pay them enough but not get that much content out of it. So I'll pay a little bit more for like a short, and you don't always have to do it this way, but it just is a way I'm more comfortable with it. And I'll pay them a little bit more for a short and just get like maybe one a month or one every 2 months. And in general, it's not really my priority, because I think what I've learned is maybe in the past, like I wanted to get super big, or like I would be happy getting super big. I don't know if that was ever really like my main intention, honestly. I always felt like, you know, I was pretty content, but I think like if it did happen to me, I wouldn't mind. And I think shorts isn't really my priority, because I don't know if like being a big creator is something I want to do in the long run. Yeah, I'm not too sure. And so it's not something I've been like personally going towards a lot, but I see it with a lot of creators as well, especially like other creators that are going full time. Short form content is almost always the way to go. So it's tough. Yeah, like I think if you like, I totally like wouldn't be able to do it on my own. So yeah. Okie doke. So this person didn't have any response for it being resolved. So it seems like this is still something they go through a lot. And so we'll keep going through other responses as well, because it has a lot of similar lines to other responses too. But yeah, what do you think is the hardest thing about streaming? This person said being consistent, worrying about viewership, work-life balance, networking, enjoying every stream, dealing with rule breaking / bad stream etiquette. Yeah. And I think this person kind of wants to diversify what they stream, which is something that, well, I was never gonna do that. Originally, I was like, I'll play Valorant till I die. It'll just be me and Valorant forever. But then I was like, my friend got me into Final Fantasy 14 and I'm paying for the subscription anyway. Hey, why not? And Final Fantasy 14 ended up being what like got me to affiliate, and also where I met more people. But I always told people I'm not really like a gamer. I'm just like a person that enjoys games. So I enjoy really basic games that everyone enjoys. And then like occasionally I'll get really into like something for a little bit. So I think like even if you have like a niche that you're really into, definitely like branching out is never a bad idea. worst thing, you can hate it, and then you can just never play it again. But like there are chances for you to meet a lot of new people and not feel like you're trapped doing the same game over and over again, because I would probably go crazy if I did Valorant all the time. Is Final Fantasy 14 basic? It's not basic, but it's definitely like a popular MMO. I think I meant more basic, like I like popular games. Sometimes I'll play like some indie stuff, but most of the time I'm just like, yeah, I'm not like a super well-versed gamer. You guys already know that. Yeah. But yeah, some examples of games that I played that I wasn't super fond of, like, I liked certain aspects of it, but I wasn't super fond of. Sea of Thieves was one of them. Exap got that for me, and that was one of the first games I was gifted, and I thought it was really interesting, because it's kind of like you go around on little ships and plunder, but also it was just like, I just wasn't really feeling it. So I enjoyed playing it with people, but I also was like, like I think I'm not gonna play this as much. Same thing happened with Monster Hunter. I'm sorry, friends. But I just like I wasn't feeling rewarded every time I went out on a run, but also it's because I'm bad. And I think if I got better at it, I would understand, you know? The power of carving meat and bringing it home, you know? I think I would understand. I also only played like 2 or 3 classes. I think I did like Insect Glaive, I did the 2-sword one, and the sword thing. But yeah, as someone who's like fully diversified what games I play, what I usually split it up into categories. I'm sorry for my sensei, and you like Sea of Thieves for people. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of variety in Monster Hunter. No, Shimo, don't go. There's a lot of variety in Monster Hunter, at least, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, usually what I categorize my games into is competitive games. So like Valorant, Tekken, IDV, and you guys kind of already know this, but yeah, Mahjong Soul. Any of those games where I feel like I can play them for hours and hours and never stop. But then I also get burned out easily if I'm like getting rolled in it, or I need coaching in it, or something like that. So there's that, and then I have the category of games that are my solo play games that aren't a billion years long. Resident Evil. Dave the Diver, cozy games, you know? And then I have the category of games that are a million years long. Persona, Elden Ring, those games. And then I have like, obviously like, one-off games like Final Fantasy 14, which I played pretty often, which I really enjoy raiding in, so. Oh, and Cass, hello, welcome in, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Hello, welcome! Hope you had fun playing Silly Poly Beast. We're currently going through the responses, and doing some story time and yapping. Yes. Yeah. Cass, I think, if you need to ask for streaming it, well, I don't think you should ask Cass but don't bother him for advice, but I think Cass has one of the best, like, mindsets, and what is the phrase? What is it when you're like, there's a word for it. You know the word where it's like I think it's used in exercise when you're diligent. What is the word again? You're like, there's a word. Oh no, I'm already failing the podcast. I'm glad you enjoyed the game, Cass. You're a very, well, let's just go with awesome. Very awesome person. But also someone that's like super diligent. Disciplined! Wait, why do I always forget that word? Really disciplined streamer, and someone that, yeah, does it right. Like good stream etiquette, always has good energy, consistent, like bro's locked in, and plays a lot of different games, so. But anyways, I digress. Hope you had a fun stream. We'll continue going through stuff. But yeah, that was that response. We're just talking about diversifying your games, and yeah, play what you enjoy. I think that's the main rule. But you know, if you're feeling like things are stagnant and you want a change of pace, try something new, and if you hate it, it's okay. Now I can make jokes about not liking Monster Hunter. Yay! But yeah, I know it's always disciplined. It's always that word. Anyways. Okay, thank you for that response. So the next response is from a streamer that's been streaming 2 to 5 years as well. They do variety streams, and they have below 1,000 followers. So one of the challenges they faced as a streamer is being funny, trying to be consistent with their work-life balance, and trying to avoid streaming when they're super tired. Yeah, so this person said, trying to avoid streaming when they're super tired, it's super hard to network because they're pretty shy and they see themselves as a loud, annoying type of person who always yells. They try to be calm or quiet, but a lot of people think they're like sad. And I think reading a streamer's emotions is also a big part. Like a lot of people, or at least a lot of times, like I guess the vibe of your chat, they might think that you're feeling a certain way when you're trying to assure them you're not. That's also a really common thing. And yeah. And so just to continue with that, they really enjoy the thrill of streaming. And like it's like the only escapism they can get. But yeah, it's still really difficult to, I guess, deal with those things as well. So overall, they're saying that their goal is to be more themselves, but they can't find the right audience since a lot of their audience is from split communities and different friend groups. And they also say hopefully one day they can reach the top and be well known. And yeah, and so I think this one has a lot of other pieces of information as well. I think the networking thing and branching out from the community they're currently in is like a big part of it. I think that's something that I've talked to other people about as well, because a lot of people, their first, and this is not necessarily a bad thing, this is definitely a route you can go. A lot of people feel like, oh, I feel like I'm trapped because I've been streaming a long time and I'm, you know, in the same niche and I want to rebrand. So a lot of people kind of go for the rebrand route, and sometimes that does work if you want to completely change your content and not be like held back by specific inside jokes and stuff like that. But I do think a lot of times, you know, all communities are a hodgepodge of other people's communities. It's like a huge thing. And so, yeah, I really do feel like there, a lot of times you keep trucking and you just try different things, and eventually you'll like your community will shift towards what you're gearing towards. Sometimes you need to be more strict. If people are always assuming things about you, like your emotions, that at least from my personal experience, like I do think there are times where you have to put your foot down as well, and tell people how you're really feeling. Yeah, heart. Thank you for the hydrate. So yeah. Hold on a second, let me get some water. Thank you for the head pats. So, this person says some of the hardest things about streaming are being consistent. Oh, thank you, Delta, for gifting us something cute too. The content ideas shifting, planning for future streams or events, keeping up with stream assets, redeems, art, alerts, worrying about viewership, work-life balance, networking, who you choose to collab with, managing your community, and dealing with rule breaking and bad stream etiquette. And so, yeah, similar issues as well, but this person seems to talk more about networking and like their community. And I think part of the reason I wanted to start the podcast was because of community stuff. I think especially, thank you for the stretch code, Coco. Especially at this point, like I feel like a lot of times you see, like, whether you're growing or not growing, you see changes in community, and a lot of times it's hard to deal with that. And I think that's something that is really big with streaming challenges. So yeah, I think what you have to do too a lot of the time is not focus on like your audience too much in terms of like what you're like, not letting it affect your content that much. Like always try to do what you enjoy and be who you want to be. If you need to rebrand like your personality, if you want to, like this person wants to not be as loud and wants to be more calm or quiet, you can do that, and just kind of be consistent with it. And let like, you can't force your audience to be a certain way. And so I think that's like the best route to go on that. And change is hard. Change is really difficult to deal with. but change is inevitable, right? Like people move on, you know, especially when you change your content or when you do different things, and just in general, like because of life, like people will move on and do different things, like, and that's fine. Like, you know, in general, like even you as a streamer, when you are viewing other people's streams, sometimes you kind of are more, you will be watching someone and then you won't be watching them for a while, right? And because you're like focusing on other things and you're busy, but you still care about them, right? And I think that that's something, yeah, that's like something you need to think about as well. Like you don't have to feel like everything is a personal attack on yourself too. But yeah, different than what this person was saying, but just, we'll talk more about like community stuff going forward as well. We all change, yeah, for sure. Like, and that's totally fine. But it's not wrong to feel hurt and like to struggle through that as well. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to the next response. So let's see. This person has been streaming 2 to 5 years. A challenge they've faced as a streamer is being burnt out and the inability to stream variety due to losing the consistency they once had. Interesting. So the burnout and the so not being able to stream different games because they're not as consistent. I think why that would be the case. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, so back to when they were more consistent, they could do variety. Maybe they feel like streaming variety would make them lose viewership or lose community, because they're not as consistent. So they'd rather stay in the same category, is what I'm thinking that they're saying. Don't observe every minor change and take it personally. Difficulty impossible. Honestly, like I do it all the time too. And I have told people I'm a people pleaser and struggle with any, like, feeling like anyone is upset at me. But it's like, it's totally normal. Like that's kind of just how life is. And I watched this whole video on like how, like, I feel like though, like that mindset, you're thinking everyone else is always, like, I guess has all the information on you and is always correct when you should be, I guess, protecting your own thoughts and feelings. Brack said story heavy games, yeah, focusing on one game. So Alice says focusing on one game and getting 50 viewers and then saying I'm gonna stream variety and dropping to 10. See, that's what I'm thinking too. That's probably the case. Yeah, that's true, sci-fi. Okay, if you're not streaming frequently, it's hard to have variety because playing more games means more time between streams for a particular game. That's fair too. Yeah. So I guess if you are, for example, streaming like once a week or once every 2 weeks or something like that, if you keep streaming different games, like people are gonna get confused. And yeah. Imagine getting more than one viewer. No, there's so many streamers that I mean, I feel like whether you're getting more than one viewer or not, like it's definitely this is an issue for both as well. But headpad. This happens to Mahjong Soul streamers. It's because they're focusing. So they're focusing on Mahjong Soul, and then they try to play like a story game, and then they don't get as many viewers because most of their community is from the Mahjong Soul community, right? Yeah. Like, well, what I will say to that, at least, because the reason why I didn't see the correlation was partly because I don't think, like, if you're streaming, at least in my opinion, so this is maybe my, like, dumb solution, my copium solution, if you're streaming, like, not as consistently, like, they're not gonna remember your last stream anyway. So, like, stream whatever you want. Like, stream whatever you want. But no, but that's my copium answer. But my real answer is that I have a lot of dreams. Dreams? I have a lot of streams of games that don't do as well. And I'll answer that in a bit, Taylor Swift. I also have a personal section, so after I go through the responses, I'll probably talk more about me. I'll probably answer that in the me section. I'm already kind of adding a lot of my own anecdotes. I'm trying to like not do as many, but we'll go through it for now. I mean, that's kind of the point. So, I think like I'll probably bounce off of you guys, and then when there's not as much to bounce off of, I'll just inject my personal anecdotes. That's kind of how I'm gonna go for this. We're winging it. We're winging it. Yeah. I know if my stream doesn't have people actively participating in chat, I have less fun. Absolutely, yeah. No, that's true too. Like, obviously, not even just the participation in chat, like, seeing the number being higher is something, like, just seeing the number, like, will make people happier, like, yeah. And I guess, like, what I'm talking about mostly is, I have a stream speech. Yeah, so I stream a lot of games that don't do as well, like Identity V, not very popular. I tend to not get as many viewers for that. I think while Valorant gets decent, like, viewership, I think a lot of my community doesn't enjoy watching it as much because it's Valorant. There's a lot of different games that, like, where you'll see a tank in viewership, but I think overall, if you're constantly trying to catch up with what gets more viewers, you're just gonna stream stuff you don't want to stream. If you started gambling on stream, don't, by the way, but if you started gambling on stream, or if you started, like, taking off your shirt on stream, you're gonna get more viewers, right? But, like, is that, like, the route you want to be, the loop you want to be stuck in forever? Like, I guess, like, my thought on it is, let's say I'm getting, like, a lot fewer viewers for, like, IDV, well, eventually I'll just keep streaming IDV, and, like, I guess as my community grows from, like, other things, or just me yapping more during, or me figuring out how to stream in that category, you know, it may work out on its own, and if it doesn't, well, at least I'm, like, streaming something I kind of like streaming, you know, and I don't feel like I'm doing it, well, at least I'm doing it for myself, right? And that doesn't work for everyone, because definitely the numbers and then the chat, like, the amount of people chatting is really important, and I think also that's something that's important for people that have, like, less active chats too. If you want to go that route, like, you definitely want to find things that, like, if you're completely not enjoying it, right, and that's totally understandable, you definitely want to find a route where you're in the middle ground, at least. Like, people are enjoying watching, or at least you can talk about it even if they don't know what the game is. Find some type of middle ground is, like, my opinion on that. But what I usually do is just stream whatever I want, and if I see the tank in viewership, I'm like, okay, well, that's, like, fine. You know, like, it's not a game that's as popular, but I'm enjoying. We're just in our dreams. Is the game the priority or the streamer the priority? I think people want a community to come alongside them as they start in one area and explore others, but their viewers have their own priorities. So as a streamer, do you go along with your viewers, or do what you want and see if people will come along? That's true. See, it's kind of hard because, like, for example, some of the biggest Valorant streamers, right, people will watch them for Valorant mostly, right? And then they'll retain some people for other games, but, like, most people want to watch them popping off in Valorant. I think, at least for, like, indie VTubers, and, like, if you're a small streamer, a lot of the time, from my experience, like, I've enjoyed both types of viewers, but I think the ones I've, like, seen more or gotten closer to, or felt like are, like, strong members of the community, a lot of them are here for me and not necessarily the game, right? But it depends on, like, what route you want to go. If you don't talk as much, if you, like, don't want to be having constant conversations, and you just want, like, people to enjoy your content, like that, maybe the game becomes the priority, you know, and then they kind of enjoy your personality alongside the game. I think there's no, like, set answer per se. I think most, like, smaller streamers will lean toward the, like, streamer being the priority, because in the end that's, like, way better for, like, I guess, retainment, you know. You'll eventually run out of the game, right? Like, when I ran out of Final Fantasy MSQ, and when most people run out of Final Fantasy MSQ, they see, like, a big drop in viewership as well. Yeah. You feel the chat thing big time. The chat thing, yeah. Yeah, because, like, when you feel like people are enjoying your stream, and, like, the chat's going faster, and, like, something fun happened, like, that's super exciting. And I think it's totally valid, because that's the reason you're streaming it. Like, if you're just gonna play the game, you can play it off stream, right? And so it makes sense that you would enjoy it more when the chat's active. So definitely, like, middle ground, you find a place where you feel like people are enjoying, but you can never, like, sacrifice your own enjoyment, because in the end it won't be worth it. And maybe that means you have to wait longer for people that enjoy the same stuff you do, too, which is definitely part of it as well. People tend to come for the game and stay for the streamer. I think that's the majority of what happens. There are some people that just like clicking on smaller streamers or find something interesting they see on a YouTube short or see a model they like. But yeah. You're loving the Resident Evil and Mahjong streams? Oh yeah, you are? Yeah, and that's a big thing too. You could ask people what they like about the stuff you like, right? I prefer keeping the number hidden. That way I won't ever worry about who or how many are there. Just enjoy the time. See, this is the thing, like, I think if you never see how many people are watching, that would make you less stressed about it. I have it visible, and I think there are negatives to it, right? But I do think, at least I like to monitor it because I'm like, okay, like at this point, like an ad just passed, or at this point, this day is not as busy for streaming. Oh, this game is not as popular. When I started doing this, the less people wanted to watch it. I kind of like to monitor it a little bit just to see what's going on. But it could be a really big point of stress, and I totally understand that. It's kind of like the trade-off, right? Like, can you be yourself without seeing like how many people are watching? Can you be yourself when you have fewer viewers? Sometimes I don't know. Like, I think for me, especially since I've been streaming so long now, I think when I have like a smaller viewership, I like to bring that energy up even more too, because I feel like I can interact with them a little bit closer than when I have a lot of people chatting, for example. So it kind of depends on how you view it. But I will say, like, I've heard a lot of people say that they just don't look at the number, and it's super helpful for their mental health. So, oh my god, I'm yapping so much now. We didn't even get to the next response. Hold on, okay, we're going. And thank you. You're very streamer focused. Brew calling me out saying play Mahjong so off stream. No. And that's the thing, like, you know, different games, people can provide different types of content. You can be really good at games, you can be really bad and lost at games, like me. There's just so many different ways to play different games. You guys already knew that. You know, others can focus purely on the games. Like, there are a lot of veteran players, Hollow Knight for instance, who like to watch new players play the game. That's also a big pool as well. And so, like, I guess, like, the takeaway for me, while you can find those pools of people that are like, if you really want to just like corner different markets and work your way up, you can find like the markets for certain games. Like, some games have like a cult following, Hollow Knight, I think Celeste, like a lot of games will have a cult following where you play the game and everyone wants to watch you, right? But then they'll leave after that game is over. And you can keep cornering those markets and doing things that like attract more viewers. And if that makes you happy, totally valid. I think the takeaway is that there are so many different people watching things for different reasons. Trying to corner different groups in the end is probably not like going to be the ultimate reason for your growth. Your growth is like what you like to stream and what you do. And how long can you really keep that up? It kind of depends what type of streamer you want to be. But I think for maximum enjoyment, as someone who is greedy as fuck, just always stream what you want to stream. Like, I think that's like the biggest thing, even if you see the tank in viewership, and people will gravitate towards you enjoying those games. Anyways, we'll continue. Yeah. I think waiting for viewers to join and interact with what you like is similar to try to find people to do stuff with IRL. Like board games, except it's harder to access people IRL. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. I feel like for Final Fantasy XIV, I suddenly had a lot of people to play with when I was streaming, and I was like, wow, like this is so nice. I've always played MMOs alone, and I felt weird asking to play with people like in game. For a lot of these things, like viewer number, hit it or not, there isn't necessarily a correct answer. You have to do what works for you as a streamer. That's true, yeah. There's like, for people who have like absolutely no knowledge on it, you know, there's some advice we can give, but overall, like, everyone's gonna be different. Okay. All right, so the next response is someone who streamed 1 to 2 years. The biggest challenge for them was finding time to stream outside of the 3 days when they really want to stream a bit more, but still have time for friends, D&D, family, and them time. Yeah. Okay. Finding time to stream, I'm trying to, outside of the 3 days when they really want to stream. So I guess they like kind of want to do more than 3 days. Yeah, and make sure they're still having that balance with their relationships and everything. That's the hard thing. Like, I was watching Sam, who I used to watch a lot, and he's a Valorant streamer, and like at one point he kind of mentioned like the sacrifices you have to make when you stream a lot. And I'm thinking about this now. Like, I streamed 3 years in a row, 5 to 6 hours. For most of it, it was 5 days a week. And those were a lot of nights. Like, I gave up spending time with friends and making relationships at work. And there are even times, like literally like 2 days ago, I was so tired because I had streamed so late. Like, my friend had messaged me at like 1 p.m. and they were like, hey, do you want to go to this pop-up? Like, I really want to go to this. Oh, and it seems really cool and it might be something you'd be into. And like, I woke up at like 6 p.m. and I was like, fuck, like I would have wanted to go to that. And I think there are a lot of like sacrifices you make. And what I will say is like, I always try, you know, to have spurts of time where I make time for like family and friends, because family, like, my parents are getting older, and just in general, like, yeah, you always like, you can always put things off, but eventually, eventually you don't want to regret not spending time with like the people in your life too. So it is tough. There's no exact answer to it, but I guess what I've done is when I feel like I'm not spending as much time on my like IRL relationships or with my family and stuff, I'll take some time from stream, or I'll take some time from sleep or work or something like that. Love you, Kitsu. Yeah, it is very tough. All work, no life is the balance. I have no idea how you streamers keep it up. I was so drained after Battletech on Sunday. Yeah, and you were also running grinders too. And you were constantly facilitating and calculating sci-fi, so yeah, that was quite tiring as well. But yeah, it can get really exhausting, and even though you want to stream because you're like seeing growth in your hobby, like, I will say, like, there were times where I was streaming super regularly. I felt like the stream was doing super well, and then I would like shut off stream, and then I'd go to bed, and I'd be like, I felt like I had nothing like else, you know? And that's when I was like, oh, like, let me go focus more on work. Like, I'm slacking at work, or let me go like message some friends. Like, maybe we can hang out soon. Because I was like, I don't want to be like only reliant on like the enjoyment and the dopamine you get from streaming. So yeah. This person said that, so they'd said they didn't write any resolution. Actually, the previous person did write a resolution. I'm not sure if I read it, but they said that they want to try to think of streaming as less of a job and numbers, but more for fun. And they're saying that you'll be happier and gain a community that'll stick with you through and through. So they did kind of come to the same conclusion we came to. But anyway, this person did not have a specific resolution, but they listed a lot of different things they thought was hard about streaming as well. I won't be reading all of those because I'll probably show it in the PowerPoint as we go. Alrighty, so this next person has been streaming for 10 plus years. Theirs is pretty short. They said that a challenge they faced was just generally being committed. And their resolution was that they kind of resolved it. They don't stream for anyone anymore. They just stream for themselves, and it's easier to get clips to share with their friends. I also feel that way too, like in terms of like the short form content. I'm not really using it to like get big or anything. I think I'm using it to have the memories for the future. I think like it's really enjoyable. Yeah, I think it's really enjoyable to have some things, and sometimes my friends will say, oh, I like saw this clip and I thought it was really funny. I had one of my IRL friends, like, maybe because I had like opened something of their TikTok or whatever, they said something like, "Is this you?" when my I think my TikTok came up on their like page, and they didn't know my VTuber persona, but they heard my voice. So yeah. Time is really short. Yeah, Penguin. No, I think about that all the time. I'm like, I wanna at least be like, even though I like streaming a lot and it's done a lot for me, I also want to make sure I'm like there for everyone around me. I don't want to feel like I just, yeah, like if I had to choose between being with like all like my family and friends and never like growing as a streamer, and then growing super big and having no one in my life, like that, like I think, you know, the decision is obvious, right? So I'll never have regrets related to that. And yeah, this person has streamed for 10 years, so 10 plus years. So if they're saying it and stream for yourself, you know, maybe that's something we should all take to heart. Penguin. Obviously streaming, hello? Yeah, you would give up your soul for Mahjong. It's cooked for you. Okay, so let's take a quick break because we've been through a few responses. I think we went through like 6 responses or so. I'm gonna throw up the stats here. So let me close this here. Okay, so the stats here, being consistent, 83% of the responders said being consistent was difficult. 67% said it was work-life balance, 61% said it was worrying about viewership, and 56% said it was about content ideas and shifting and pivoting. So more than half of people said it was about content ideas. I think we didn't talk about this as much, so we'll kind of get into that a little bit as well. Thank you for the hug, Penguin. I thank you for the hydrate bit. Yeah. And the thing is, like, Drac, about that, like, when you first start streaming, you're always doing it for yourself. You're like, ooh, this is so exciting and new, like, let me stream this game I like, and maybe people will watch. And then there's like so many things that come into play. It's like you start making friends that stream different games and you want to play with them. You maybe make a Discord server, and you know, the people that watch you, like your 1 or 2 viewers, like a specific thing. I think one of my first viewers like wanted me to play American Truck Sim. And I was like, oh, maybe I should play this game for them. I actually never played it. Sorry. One day I'll play it. But there were just so many different like factors that come in, and then you start like, it's not that easy to just be like, I'll just do whatever I want, you know? And sometimes, like, as much as we say like that is the priority, doing what you enjoy, like being a streamer also comes with all these things about, like, I guess, enjoying your community and doing things with your community, because that ends up being really fun too. And even if it's something you're not like as familiar with, or you know you're gonna like Valorant. I keep saying Valorant. You know you're gonna enjoy League of Legends. No, I'm kidding. You know you're always gonna enjoy your comfort games, but you may like, you still need to stay open-minded to the things that like, I guess like other things that will potentially grow your stream and you also enjoy, right? So you should also be trying new things and not only forcing yourself in that bubble of like, only do what I know is fun. And you'll probably run into things that weren't as fun. And there are some things I've done that I was like, you know, like this was okay. I probably won't do this again, but it was a good experience. The road tell is paved with good intentions. Yeah. Yeah. We didn't miss Truck Sim era. One day. Interests conflict, yeah. No one needs to play simulators of everything American unless you enjoy being in a hellscape. Catching strays. But yeah, anyways, I don't know if anyone cares about this, but the other challenges we listed, these are the percentages for them. So networking, enjoying every stream, planning for future stream events, managing your community, keeping up with assets, redeem art, rule breaking, and bad stream etiquette was surprisingly low. So it seems like a lot of people have no problems dealing with it. I think most people just ban and move on, or it's just not, maybe people are nicer than we thought. Who you choose to collab with doesn't seem to be as much of a problem either. And yeah, and there's some other miscellaneous ones as well. But some of us are less forgiving than you. Well, I would say I would say it's not a big concern, like not a point of stress. Honestly, I find it really entertaining when someone tries to break the rules. I'm like, what do I do to them? But the thing is, like, I don't do anything mean. I just start talking to them, you know? Like, who you choose to collab with can overlap with networking. Yeah, it can overlap, yeah. I think the difference is, like, trying to get your name out there. And I guess, yeah, it kind of falls under that category as well. I guess we put that as a specific in case, like, actual collabs are involved in your stresses. Okay. Alrighty, next. Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna move on to the next response. So this person is one of our baby streamers, and hi Glenry, and has streamed 6 months to a year. Oh, and let me see what Sci-Fi said here. We have generally not had a lot of bad actors, but also it's easy to deal with the rule breakers when they come in with that behavior. It's harder when it's a regular that starts rule breaking. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Usually, actually, to add on about that, I would say if a regular starts rule breaking, the best thing to do is to handle it privately, at least in my opinion. I know some people do things differently. If you want to protect your peace and just yeet them or give them some warnings in public and do that, I think I'm always, I think, what is it? Like, public humiliation is never the route to go, because whether you're right or wrong, it just feels not great for other people. So definitely, like, giving some private warnings, and then if they aren't stopping, you know, to take care of it then is always the best way to do it. I felt that way throughout my whole streaming career. There are many people I had to talk to, but, like, nothing serious. Like, you know, occasionally I would set boundaries in DMs. No one ever DMs me anything weird, honestly. But I think at one point I was like, oh, like, I think early on someone called me an onion in DMs, and honestly I don't really care normally, but it would get like random DMs and it would be like stinky onion or whatever, and I'm like, oh, it's funny in chat, but like in DMs I'm kind of like, I'm kind of chilling, like, you can stop that, you know, like, I honestly, it was just more so that, like, I want to be treated a little more professionally in DMs, because I don't really want to, like, a lot of times, like, it depends though, the situation is very dependent, but if it's just a random person, like, yeah. And so there's a couple other things too, but a lot of those things are handled privately. I'm fine. Let's see. Yeah, from a seasoned mod indeed. And Sci-Fi did start as a VIP, but he's modded other channels as well too. So the thing about rule breaking etiquette that's a bigger problem we've been seeing pop up recently is dealing with it when it comes to that person being a long time supporter, somebody known for a long time. Yeah, and it's tough when you just have a completely clashing mentality, but a lot of times, like, just stepping back and dealing with it like adults is always like a good way to go about it. And if it doesn't work out, like, then I mean, they don't, like, have to be in your community. Like, that's totally fine, right? So don't DM me weird stuff. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hot dog memes. Send me more. Professional DMs, huh? I think it's like, if you have formed a certain relationship, that's fine. Like, if you like, it's okay sometimes. I think it was just like early on, and especially like, yeah, like from random people or people I wasn't as close to, like, totally, like, I set that boundary and I did it privately, right? Like, it's totally normal. There's a lot of different things. Like, I have asked people to relax a little bit, related to certain things they've said in chat and privately, and it doesn't happen often, honestly. It hasn't happened in a while, honestly. But I think it's honestly not, like, I think you just don't crucify people, because a lot of times, and what I've said in one of the previous streams is, like, just as, like, it's so hard to translate things from text, like, with the emotions they're speaking with, things might be sarcastic, but you might take it completely the wrong way. like half the time people don't think about what they type, right? So like they might send something and go, oh shit, like why did I like do that? You know, I might say something out loud that I wasn't supposed to say. Yeah, like you gotta accept that people make mistakes. So you know. But anyways, send me yaoi. Agreeing to disagree is a thing as well, yeah. Yeah, but in the end, it's your community too. Like, if something is really upsetting you, like, it's okay to put your foot down and be like, hey, I'm not too comfortable with you doing this in my like community space or my chat space. If you want to do it outside of that, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, don't DM weird stuff, guys. Yeah. All right. Okay, next part. So yeah, baby streamer. They've been streaming for 6 months to a year. They said a challenge they faced as a streamer is that they've had self-esteem issues mostly, in part because what they want is to play in dead categories, but they would like to have someone to talk to because they feel like nothing, because they feel like nothing is happening, and if they're not talking, then they're failing as a streamer. We did talk about this quite a bit, especially for someone that's only been streaming for 6 months to a year. Dead categories is tough, right? Like, if it's just a niche, like a small niche, then at least you'll have like a niche following maybe. But if it's a completely dead category, yeah, it is really difficult because people don't know what that game is and stuff like that, right? But like, I guess the upside is if it's completely dead, you never know. Maybe there's someone just like you that plays that game that will eventually come across you, even if it takes time, right? Or if you start putting things on YouTube or start putting some content up, they're gonna be like some people are gonna be like, oh, does anyone actually play this game? And then you and that other guy will be playing the game, right? So there is an upside to it. I think of it like this. When I was writing fan fiction when I was younger, no one wrote for this one pairing, and I feel like I pioneered that pairing. And I was like, wow, there's actually someone that wanted like that pairing too. But it's definitely not as easy. And I will say, like, if you want like a fast track to grow and you also feel like you're failing as a streamer, then maybe, yeah, you should find a category that maybe gives you a little bit of like less of a handicap, right? Like maybe something that's a little bit more popular. And then you can branch out when you have like people that enjoy watching you too. And there are other, oh yeah, actually what Mod is saying is completely correct too. YouTube is generally the answer for dead games. Yeah, Twitch is not good for discoverability. And honestly, when I was watching IDV streams, I was watching them on YouTube. A lot of the most popular streamers for that were on YouTube. And so yeah, I totally agree with that. Or at least having your content up somewhere where they can see it at any time, and then they can find you on Twitch, right? It's a weird zone of you never get found playing a dead game, but oversaturation will also make sure you're almost never found. Which is why, like, the right answer is to say, if you really love a game and it's a dead category, do it anyway and put it up somewhere. But if you want to have that viewership and enjoy, like, feel like you're not failing as a streamer, yeah, maybe it's okay to pick other categories, you know, and mix it in, you know? So you at least get that joy and then also be able to enjoy the games that aren't as popular. You'd have to advertise yourself through many, more through other venues, exactly. And hi, Link, welcome in. Yeah. Discords can help. Discord servers can help with, like, certain types of games, but it won't help enough, I think. Like, I think you still need, like, yeah, like, there's not a lot, yeah, I think most people will find you through that. I mean, you could join a Discord of that category and then stream the game, maybe. That could be an option, but I can't vouch for it because I don't know anything about that. The wonder of YouTube videos is that those niche viewers can find it on their own time, even days after you make it, and then some convert. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying as well, yeah. If you want viewers, then start in the Mahjong Soul category. I've never seen anyone fail there. See, I see just here to plug Mahjong Soul. No, but Mahjong Soul is an example of a niche game where you'll have viewers because it's a, like, there are people that, it has a cult following, basically. But like a really cute, wholesome cult. And there's a lot of categories like that. And Windfall's correct. Always upload clips, even if you aren't getting a lot of views on them. you never know when an older clip is suddenly gonna pop off. That is true. It doesn't necessarily need to lead to viewers per se, but definitely worth it. I think there was a VTuber I had watched, I'd seen some shorts of pop up on my YouTube, and I was like, oh, this person's like doing some interesting stuff. And they were pretty small, and then they ended up joining like a corporation, and I was like, oh shoot. It definitely helps, but yeah. And okay, so different ways of doing clips if you don't want to like pay a ton of money for them. What I've heard from other streamers is that they have, well, you can use Twitch has this thing now that you can just cut clips and then have it auto posted to everything. And then also there's like a couple things you can use to quickly grab clips. Yeah, and and it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to caption everything perfectly and edit everything perfectly. Like, you can start with just easier, stuff as well. And do it, Kitsu, do it. We love Mahjong Soul. Hope your day is well today. Hope you are well as well, Link. Every VTuber debut has gotten like 20 to 30 viewers consistently in Mahjong Soul cause there's so few EN streamers. Yeah, no, and that's common for not just Mahjong Soul, but there are a couple games where, yeah, it's where people will enjoy watching. I think also it helps that Mahjong Soul is a very rewatchable type of game. It's not like, it's very like you're not gonna run out of Mahjong Soul to play. Unless you rank up too high. That's also why I like ranked games. I don't like Valorant just because it's Valorant, but also because it's very replayable. I've been playing it for 3 years now. Oh, and Beeflo makes a good point. If I see someone I don't know in a collab, I'll generally go to their clips to learn a bit more about them. Yeah. I've done that before as well, yeah. And this person said that they resolved and dealt with it they said having a loyal friend helps somewhat. Yeah, absolutely. Having someone to support you in whatever you do, always helpful. Having a good support system, having friends, meeting new people, having one or two, like anyone watching you, and then working towards that. Yeah, it helps a lot. I still remember my first few chatters too, because I was like, wow, like, this is so cool. They're watching me? They're watching me when, give me a streamer that's popular. They're watching me when, oh, I'm struggling. When Germa exists. When Northern Lion exists, Brew Onion Iron Mouse exists. Thank you. Okay. I blanked. My head is empty right now. Only thoughts about streaming, but not streamers apparently. Okay. I'm gonna take a break from Kuma's music track and play. I have 2 other tracks to play because I've never used them before. So I'm gonna play. This is a track from Bunny Boy Tamaki that he gave me a while ago. So you guys can listen to this. I don't know if it's too loud. How is that? Is that good? Okay. Okay. Jerva did not make his resurgence until after you became popular. Fair. Alright. Okay. So the next person that responded has been streaming for 2 to 5 years. They said the challenge they faced as a streamer was trying to stream in a family home. People often make a lot of noise, and sudden responsibilities pull them away frequently. That is something I've heard from a few people. It's very specific, but yeah. One thing I would say is if you get a decent mic, like, I think my mic will filter out quite a bit. I currently set it so that it doesn't really, like, because I was having some audio issues that I didn't really feel. I was too lazy to, like, sort out, so I was just like, alright, I'll just make it, like, louder. But yeah, like, a lot of times my roommate would be around when I was not living at home, and like, doors would open and things would happen, and it just gets completely cut out. But if you don't have, like, the money for, like, a really nice mic, I think you can also set up some settings and filters that can help, like a gate. But if they're like yapping right next to you and you're streaming in the living room where there are people like exactly around you, I can understand how that'd be very difficult. Yeah, and I think that one is kind of tough. With things pulling you away frequently, as someone who sits at my computer like the whole time I'm streaming and goes to like pee every once in a while, yeah, getting interrupted very often is rough. I honestly, a lot of times I like don't want to step away because I'm like, oh, like I'm in the middle of like this really cool part in the game and I want to play. And so yeah, that can be tough. Does anyone have any advice about that? A ganked command? Oh my god, that's actually funny. That is so cute. Investing in a good mic is super important if you can afford it. Yeah, and like, yeah, I don't know what, like, everyone has different family situations too, but like maybe, yeah, like I usually tell my like parents when I'm streaming so they don't come in and go, "Woo!" You know, like, I guess they know but I stream at like the dying hours of the night. This cheap makes it sound good too. Yeah. If you guys have any examples of them, we also have a advice channel as well. If people need any mic suggestions. It's important to go pee. Yeah, we go pee when we need to go pee. Do you like Brew Dad stories? Like stories on my dad? I think I've only told a few, but he really wants me to play 7th Guest on stream, by the way, guys. But he doesn't want to be there. He just wants to watch. Unfortunately, IRL just takes priority and it's unavoidable sometimes. It really depends on your environment if you can communicate with the people around you about what you're doing. Yeah. For starting out streaming, there are very serviceable USB options where you just need to learn some software sound mixing magic to make it sound nearly as good as the $500 options. I recommend learning sound mixing for any budding streamers anyways. This is spoken as Saint Laurent's dubbed boyfriend ASMR streamer. Apparently Mod has a very good audio setup. I personally think it's a fallacy that you need a good mic to stream. I agree. I streamed with a headset mic for a few months, but the thing is, I had to read Final Fantasy MSQ, and it kept getting cut off. And then eventually my sister bought me a really nice mic. I have heard from a lot of people that mic is a big factor in streaming. Doesn't mean you need an expensive one, but you just need to not sound like you're coming from a Call of Duty, like, Wii setup. But, like, for the months that I didn't have the good mic, there were tons of people that were really sweet and would come by anyway. I have good fond memories of it, so I don't think it's, like, the factor for your success, but I do think it helps. Because they can hear what you're saying and, like, put you on in the background and not feel like they need to, like, hold flank. But did you know that? Yeah. Community improvement challenge. You can fix a lot of that with software. That's fair. Yeah. It can be important. Yeah, exactly. You just need to make sure it doesn't suck. Exactly. Yeah, that people don't just yeet out a stream. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, and so I would say when you're first starting, not a big deal. You don't need like honestly, this has been like oversaid multiple times. You don't need anything super fancy. You can start with free stuff. I had like a free model I threw together in 3 days that I rigged and it was really scuffed. I had like all the like default stream assets. I almost disabled raids because I thought raids were bad. That was just a random thing I just added in there. I had a headset mic. I had like the cheapest like keyboards and mouse I could find. And if you do have the resources to have more expensive stuff, get it. Do it. If it makes you happy, do it. You don't need it. Yeah, but I will say that in terms of like this person like streaming in a family home, if there are like kids running around and things, some mics won't be able to like help with that. Yeah. What you could do is like, man, push to talk for streaming though is kind of, I mean, I push to talk a lot when I'm playing like collab games, but I will yap off push to talk. So you could probably do a push to talk stream, and get used to it, or toggle mute or something, and get comfortable with that. But anyway, this, it obviously depends on this person's specific situation. But yeah, like, honestly, sometimes it's cute when, like, people have a lot of things going on in the background and, like, they're, like, talking about things, like, I don't know, you could just be like, that's my family, and I, blah, 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 and anyway, now I'm gonna, carve this meat. Yeah. It doesn't have to be perfect quality. A little bit of scuff is not a problem. Yeah. Oh my god, Bisu, hello, welcome in. Oh, welcome in, thank you for the raid. Yeah. Yeah, just stomping right behind you, it's hard to fix that. And hi, Bisu! What the fuck kind of streams you watching? Carved meat like in Monster Hunter. Oh, and snoring on the mic. Yeah. The charms of imperfection, yeah. Hi, Crow, hi, Beefalo, hi, Hatsu. Hello! How was Silent Hill? Okay, to be fair, I think there were a lot of times when I had streamed and early on, and sorry, we're just yapping about like stream stuff and how it's okay that if it's not perfect and there's a lot of noise going on and stuff like that. I think like there were times where I was like, oh, this like, I think my first stream I had the pencil redeem I have, I was like, oh my god, there was a pencil on my screen the entire time I was playing Valorant. Oh no, like they probably people probably didn't want to watch because of that pencil. And there were like so many times where I thought like the littlest scuff, like that. The littlest scuff I thought would like ruin my entire stream. Like, oh shoot, like my VOD has no audio, now no one's gonna watch me, like nope. And that's a wasted VOD. I think it's like totally fine. Like sometimes it's just fine. Like don't worry about every little thing. And TTS is something you could do. You could do TTS as well. Oh man, let's go, Bisu! Let's go! Oh my god, you're gonna carry me in Silent Hill eventually? There are multiple pencils on your screen. I am leaving. Is that where the pencil came from? Yes. The pencil came from me playing Valorant as my first stream, and I had the pencil on my screen in the middle of it while I was playing, and some guy went, there's like a pencil there. Like, ma'am, you have a pencil there. And I was like, oh my god, was that there the whole time? And it had already been like 2 hours of streaming Valorant. And I was like, no one told me because I had no one to tell me. Yeah. Cute anime girl, you're a weird masked creature. I don't think there's a lot of cute anime girls. I think we need more weird masked creatures. You're totally like that too, yeah! Transform! Should I transform? I don't know if I should transform for my podcast, honestly. I guess I could, why not? I mean, it proves a point, right? But now I gotta resize myself. Oh shoot, I'm phasing through the screen! You guys are all gonna stop watching now. It's fine though. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, alright, let's just do it like this. Okay, cool. Alright. Anyways, yeah, so only if you carry me a Val, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. They can't actually hear that guy. Oh, hear the game. Yeah. When people don't tell you that they can't hear the game, yeah, that's always rough. And hi, Maury, hello. Yeah. Hi, Maury. Hi, Alice. You guys are clowning on me. All right. Anyways. Okay. So anyways, continuing. So this person's resolution. Oh, they have a resolution, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. So for all the newbies, this person has been streaming 2 to 5 years, and they were saying it's hard to stream in a family home where people make a lot of noise and a lot of sudden responsibilities pull them away. They said for a few months they settled into streaming once a week for a short time at the same schedule. This worked for a while until they got a bit overwhelmed with their job around that scheduled time and ended up just more or less going on a streaming break. Oh, so it wasn't really resolved, but it was like they tried resolving it, doing it that way. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, like, if your family is home at a certain time, you could try to work around that, and like set a schedule. But yeah, with a job in addition to that, during that scheduled time, even tougher. Yeah, I can see how that'd be hard. Feels like this person can't catch a break. You once streamed for hours and no one told me they couldn't hear the game. Wanted to die. Guys, please, let's normalize telling people when you can't hear the game, okay? All right, please. How do the layers work? That's part of the magic mod. I won't tell you how my model works. None of you will know how my model works, okay? All you need to know is that I'm phasing through the screen. That's all you need to know. It's magic. It's actually crazy. You want to know? Okay, I'll tell you guys. I give up. I'll tell you. My model is technically bisected and like, do you see this line? There's like a line. It's hard to see. Well, you know where the line is. There's a line. And I was just a flying bus for the first like few months of streaming, and then sometimes I'd fly up and everyone would go, "Oh my god, like you don't have a body." And so I was too lazy to fix the model. So I just tossed in, I cut the part of my body that was cut off and just threw it and attached it to my model. So that's why this is like this. Anyways. Anyways, you did a karaoke stream and rewatch it and your voice was drowned out by the music. That is kind of tough. When you're doing karaoke, yeah, that's why I always try to ask for like audio stuff, because like you don't want the tracks to be overtaking you, yeah. No, Alice. I'm sure that's not why. Good times. But yeah, definitely scuff is part of it, and now you know to lower your karaoke like volume for future stuff. At me raising the volume when I didn't want people to hear me sing. I tried to lower it when I could though. Because I was like, if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out not as a pussy. You love duct tape fixes. Why actually add the rest of the model when you can just pin new layers? Exactly. It's personal. I'm the only one phasing through a tablet right now. I run the Jankest stream on Twitch. One person still watches me, of course. Jank is fun. All right, we'll move on to the next person, guys. And Bisu and gang, if you guys are tired, no worries if you need rest. Oh, I didn't set a timer for how long this would last. This is a pretty long story coming up. Maybe I'll switch back to my model. Okay. All right. Maybe if I'm feeling bored, I'll switch it back, because I don't know if I did a full 10 minutes there, but okay. So this person said they've been streaming for 2 to 5 years. And I'm just gonna read it, like, I'm just gonna read their response, because I've been kind of formatting it, like, but most of them are written in first person. What is the challenge you face as a streamer? The biggest challenge I've faced in years of streaming is the dynamic between content, strategy, and finding viewership as a small streamer. There were times I streamed very consistently, 3 times a week for a year and a half on Twitch, on top of holding down a full-time job and VTuber-related freelance work, which in itself was very challenging. I can relate. I had a lot of content ideas that I simply dropped the ball on making because I didn't have enough time. I eventually realized that just streaming by itself was not doing enough for my discoverability, especially in a niche like retro gaming and JRPGs. I realized that if I wanted to gain my own viewership, I needed to create other forms of content, but I struggled to find time to learn video editing to make content for my channels. I also didn't take enough time to self-reflect on my content and what I wanted to make and what I wanted to make that could be interesting for others to watch. Streaming in this category came with another struggle, which was that I often felt like I didn't fit in or wasn't cool enough to hang out with other prominent retro game streamers. Interesting. For a long time, I felt like I didn't have a network or friends I could connect with and rely on. I'm gonna read their resolution so we can talk a little bit more about that as well. They said, I learned to accept that in my current stage of life, I just don't want to dedicate my time toward producing content for my channels to chase a target audience. After this realization, I started streaming for my own enjoyment as much as possible without worrying about content strategy. I continue to do this now as I started taking vocal lessons and set a goal for myself this year to do a monthly karaoke stream. In a lot of ways, streaming became an outlet to pursue my creative interests and improve myself, as well as connect with people in the streaming community in a more meaningful way. Example, conventions like Offkai. Okay, yeah, that was a thank you for the long story as well, and giving us like a lot of details on the different challenges. This kind of comes with a lot of different layers, but I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this one. So we'll just like, why don't we like dissect, and digest, and go through this one as well. Good. And oh, I should do a sprites redeem here. I'll go. Oh fuck. In the middle of my podcast? Okay, we have to edit it anyway, so... Fuck me! God damn it. I can't, bro. Oh my god. So there's this other streamer that's been streaming around 3 years, and a challenge they face as a streamer is when they're trying to like do their first podcast episode, and then their mod comes in and hits the good boy redeem for 1%, and then they're like, oh, like I. Sprite, you're such a good boy. Anyways, locked in. Okay, so. Just to continue on this person's story. Just to go back into it, they said the dynamic between content, strategy, and finding viewership as a small streamer. Yeah, and like dropping the ball on content ideas is an interesting one. I mean, I know like for me, I really enjoy doing different events. And yeah, it takes a bit for me to get them going. So GG will play job. I'm editing it out. But I think so. Yeah. So dropping the ball on content ideas is definitely pretty difficult. I would say out of all the ideas that I've come up with and enjoyed doing, like there's probably like 30% where I just don't get to work on them, or I drop the ball on them. So for example, like the D&D, literally I have it in Discord, like all the list of events that like I try to do, and then they don't work out. But I guess in the planning for all of them, like I kind of realized the ones that I'm more passionate about, or the ones that seem like I have enough help to get done. But each of the events we've done have had a lot of planning behind them. So a lot of you have been part of the planning for some of the events, but for those of you who have never been part of events, content ideas, I don't know if this always means like content ideas related to your stream, like having like for example, Debbie did a really cool Tekken, like chat plays Tekken for him stream, and I'm sure there's a lot of setup for that. I know she would said it's like pretty doable, but I think ideas like that for your stream specifically do take a lot of setup, and then community events and stuff like that take even more setup as well, like organization and stuff like that too. And and when you're trying to hold down like a full-time job like this person was, and also streaming consistently, you have the hours of stream and your work kind of like sapping all your energy. You don't have the time to like work on some of those ideas. And hi Bodongshu, welcome in. It's a lot. It's a lot to do on your own. Just to give, I guess I'll give some perspective into some of the events. For example, like I know Shumo helped with the Balatro event. We had, I think me and Mako and Shumo sit in some meetings where we would talk about the different rounds we would do for the Balatro tournament, how we would split people up into categories, and how we'd make sure everyone was given a fair shot. And Shumo also had to deal with making the mods for the game itself, and we had to figure out setup instructions for everyone to get them in. I think about like the Valorant tournament a lot. I think Sprite was also involved. Actually, was Sprite involved with the He was involved with the Valorant coaching. So the Valorant coaching, we had to like pair people up, and we had to like get coaches that were high enough elo to coach our like higher ranked trainees, and we had to do a lot of matching. The Valorant tournament, I made a whole spreadsheet. I can like pull it up at some point, but it is basically like a huge spreadsheet of like all of like the highlighted basically highlighted everyone and calculated like a number that would like give me like their overall rank based on what their rank is currently and their peak rank, and then I used that to like match people up, and it was still really difficult. It took a lot of time, and like on paper it looks like just a stream where like an event's happening and it's a couple hours and then it's done. But definitely like quite a few meetings and time and planning goes into it. And honestly, sometimes the brainstorming is the hardest part. Like figuring out how we're gonna like organize it. And I totally understand like when you're trying to do both at the same time, it's really hard to come up with the content ideas. So honestly, for my personal stream, a lot of the times I just stream the game I'm playing. Because that for me is the most stress-free. Like I'll just stream Valorant, or I'll just stream a story game and I'll just work through it, and that's like easier, right? But if you want to have something that's like really unique and then people are like, oh, this is like really funny or really fun, which will separate you from other people as well, it's a lot of planning. Whether you have like chat involvement in some games, or you build, even like Mori, who has run like Jeopardy for us, like she put together the Jeopardy board, but I realized like all of the Jeopardy things were kind of like geared towards her contestants so that no one would not be able to answer anything. You know what I mean? So like everyone would have like something they could answer. Like it takes a lot of like planning and work. And there's already other stuff, which is something I wanted to talk about too. Like other than just turning on stream, you have like your Discord server to manage. You have just any issues people come to you with, where there's like struggles with dealing with different types of people. There's like quite a few things that are involved other than just the stream itself. So yeah, I can totally understand that. I think honestly, like if you are having that like difficulty between like content strategy and your viewership as a small streamer, take a week off if you need to plan something for your stream. Because if you just keep trucking at it and keep going, right? And like, yeah, sure, you might lose a little bit of viewership during that week, but you'll at least have some fresh ideas so you don't feel like you're doing the same thing over and over again. I think I would take like, honestly, like when I'm doing a lot of planning, I would take like a little bit more time off. Even like now, like tomorrow and the next day I'm taking off so I can test out my new PC and everything. But I'm still streaming 4 days. I know I would take like a day off occasionally when I was planning something really heavy. But yeah, I think that's my personal thought on that. Algorithm for Vala matching. We had to, because it's just, we had so many different ranks and so many different people. And it was a strat roulette, and the strats were random every time, and there was no reward, and it was still very competitive. Like, there's still people that were like thinking people were cheating occasionally too. Like, not that much, but yeah. Planning one event right now, and it's a ton of time and work to plan out. It is so much work. And Windfall also plans a lot of events, and even our little community improvement thing wasn't too bad. We just kind of like worked together and put together like the timeline and everything. But yeah, I think it's worth it. I think it's always worth it, because I think back on all the fun events and like what, like I think back in that's like my pride when I talk about my streaming stuff. I'm like, oh, I did this, like I feel like this was really fun, and I was able to do that at that time. Me finishing games, which doesn't happen that often, but it's pretty cool too. But yeah, it's not necessarily the same, because it's like, it's enjoyable, but it's, yeah, like it's not something I necessarily created. So it's kind of like a different type of enjoyment and fulfillment. And this person also said about discoverability in a niche like retro gaming and JRPGs, and creating other forms of content. And Zai, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hope you had fun with Refan. Oh, Metaphor. I was like, what is this game? Hope you had fun. And hello, Raveman. Welcome in. We're talking about different streaming challenges right now. Hello. Lug. But yeah, this person also struggles with creating other forms of content, but learning to video edit is so much work. Oh my god, video editing is such a pain. It looks simple, right? When you're looking at like TikTok, you'll see like, oh yeah, they just get the bubble letters, caption it, and then just zoom in and put some emotes here and there. It's actually so much work. And then you have to find out what music and sound effects are allowed in the short. you have to find out like how much you fit everything from one clip into like 30 seconds a lot of the time. Yeah, it's definitely not easy. But yeah, discoverability in general, a lot of it is luck, and while you can kind of control some of it, it's just very difficult on Twitch as well. So I see what this person was saying too. But yeah, I think this last part is something we can talk on a little more, which we didn't discuss with some of the other people as well. Wilhelm scream, is that how he, is that? Oh, yeah, that's one of the stock noises. It sucks, but it's worth it. It is really fun when you make a nice clip though. YouTube poop and the Sadiator? It's not called video editing, it's called or graphic design. It's called Nightcore. You can put an anime girl on the thumbnail. Or yeah, you can just make Nightcore videos of your content. That works too. But yeah, this person said streaming came with another struggle, which was that they often feel like they didn't fit in or weren't cool enough to hang out with other like retro game streamers. I think that kind of depends on the community, because what I've learned, because for me, I'm like, oh, you know, if you're not fitting in with people, that's not always a you problem. It can be a you problem. Maybe, you know, you need to learn better stream etiquette, or maybe you need to like have more experience and stuff like that. But I have learned that there are some like game communities and stream communities that are more difficult to break into and may not be like, the people in it may not be have the same mentality as you. Like maybe they grew up with that game, or like, you know, there's a lot of different possibilities. I'm thinking of a specific community where like I do feel like it is the category has a lot more drama tied to it, or like behind the scenes drama between creators. Like a lot of creators I know, like in certain categories, like they'll like fight more or have like beef or whatever, and I think that is kind of tough sometimes. So I won't just say, yeah, like give it a shot, like maybe you can network with them, and if you find the right people, like sometimes so like it'll be hard. For game niches where or like just games in general where I don't feel like I mesh as well with certain creators, or I don't know about certain creators, but like just like the creator vibe. Not that I don't like certain people, but just like if I don't feel like I fit the same vibe as them when I'm playing these games, I probably won't do as many collabs for that category. Or just like try to play it in my own way and then focus more on the communities that I feel like I fit in with more. I don't know if anyone else has had like a similar experience, or if you have felt that way and then you managed to find people that you got along with. I think there's definitely the route of maybe you just were running into the wrong people, and there's a lot of cool retro game streamers out there that will fit your vibe. Yeah. Creating, like, I think networking and like having like a circle of friends to play with and stuff like that definitely is something that it differs from person to person. I mean, I guess all of these differ from person to person, but I do feel like a lot of the groups I've been a part of have been because we connected on a certain thing. You really can't force like your groups, and it's really hard because like that's streaming and content creating. Like you're gonna meet these people through networking a lot of the time. So like if you don't put yourself out there at all, you won't. A lot of times you won't find anyone, right? But you need to make sure you're not like forcing it, and you're actually finding people that want to spend time with you too. So it might be harder for some people. It might, you know, it's definitely something that differs from person to person. Not the Mahjong Souls community. Love the Mahjong Soul community. And hi Zai, yeah, it's been going pretty well. We had a bit of some hiccups on the way, but it's been going pretty well. We're working through. I think we're almost more than halfway through all the responses. So yeah, I'm really happy about it. Elitism is a huge problem. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I think I haven't personally seen it as much because I don't think I've been like in the vicinity of like people that own, like feel like they own games, or they're like their gatekeeping, because it's like, I mean, mostly I interact with small VTubers and stuff. But I think it is a problem for sure. Like, I think when you're with a lot, from what I've heard, a lot of times for certain communities, if they're smaller, you can feel kind of pushed out by certain creators if you're like, if they don't think you're good at the game, for example, or if they don't think you know what you're talking about and maybe you have a strong personality. Yeah, there's a lot of different reasons. People could dislike you for no reason too. What is a debut without scuff though? That's we did touch on that. Yeah, no, like what's a little bit of scuff goes a long way. If it's too perfect, it's like you know, that's why I always thought there was a problem with Gojo. He's a little too perfect. There's something wrong. All right. The problem of connecting with people even without being a streamer. Yeah. No, I think the difference between like connecting with people normally versus connecting as being a streamer, there's always that feeling of am I like, is this person someone I'm like, do they think I'm using them for content, or like can I interact with them because they have way more viewers than me, or like is this person just trying to interact with me because I have more viewers or whatever. Like, I think there's like always that dynamic. I've heard it from both sides. Like, I've heard people say that like they felt like people stopped talking to them once they got successful. And then I've also heard the more common is the one where people feel less comfortable reaching out. And hi Bess, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hi Lucy, welcome in. More common is the one where people feel less comfortable. People, yeah, like they feel like when people get successful, people don't want to talk to them anymore, like because they're not at the same level. And I think that's why it's different for like streaming, because at least I respect it, you know, if you have a more business mindset and you want to just get big and you're on that grind, because not everyone has the time to make streaming like something that's part of them personally. You know, like and it does help sometimes when you get big and you don't have as many like personal relationships and stuff like that. But what I've found is that I do gravitate towards people that are more looking to like interact with me as a person versus like a content collab. At least that's kind of the way I like to do it, because I think overall, like whenever this whole streaming thing ends, like I want to know that I like made some good relationships with people, and yeah, and I think that's more important to me. But like obviously if it's successful, yeah, like it doesn't mean I don't worry about the success of the stream and like and what type of collabs I want and what type of people I want on my stream. But in terms of people I genuinely like form like a connection with, for example, it's usually people that I'm like, okay, like this is someone that doesn't only think about the content. And how is ZZZ, Bess? I think it depends on the game, but a lot of game communities are large enough that you need to do the additional work of finding the people that share a similar mentality and not just assume everyone is the same. Yeah, for the large communities, yeah, Valorant's the only thing on my mind. No, but yeah, for the large communities, like gacha, competitive, like some of those as well, like yeah, the good thing about it being large is that you'll run into a lot of people that share your mentality, and the bad thing is that there's so many people playing that you're definitely gonna run into people that don't share the mentality, right? So it's like, you know, when you have like a small game, either you don't fit in with the community, or like a lot of people, you know, like the game. You guys have all gravitated toward the game for a similar reason a lot of the time. If someone gets big, I don't mind talking to them as long as they're still willing to talk to me and I don't feel like I'm in their way. Yeah, I think like as a rule of thumb, something I've done, which I've thought about working on a little bit, is that if someone is a lot bigger, I personally don't reach out as much. As like, I mean, I won't just stop reaching out to someone if I'm already talking to them regularly. If I'm talking to them regularly, that's fine. But I also don't want people to feel like I'm using them. So I tend to hold back a little bit, but at the same time, I'm very comfortable if I need to. Like if I need to talk to them. Yeah, and I try not to step on any toes or anything, because that's just like not the intention. And that's also why I gravitate towards not collabing with people that are a lot bigger than me, because I am yeah, I don't know, I don't want that to be the people to think that that's the intention, even if it's not. I avoid actually asking people about doing stuff because I don't want to interrupt them, the schedule, or seem like I'm using them for any multitude of things. I'm just like, yeah, we should blah blah sometime, and leave it to them. I think that's not a bad way to go about things. I think that's not a bad way to go about things, and like not taking it personally if people like streamers don't have the time, or like forget about it, or need to be reminded, or like come back to you later on it, is definitely a big thing as well. Like definitely a lot of times it's just what people want on their stream, and a lot of times what they have time for. And I also have talked about this before, but I generally don't like collabs as much, because I feel like I'm like struggling to like talk to people and my chat at the same time. And so I only do it like occasionally. I'll do like the ones for like Premiere and like rating and stuff like that, but I like generally talk to my chat more. Like I'll talk to yeah, it kind of depends. It kind of depends, but it's less of like this is an official collab, you know. But that being said, even though that's not the way I go about it as much, I do think there are a lot of people I've seen that do collabs really well. I think like the whole Mofuwa squad, like Cass, the whole group, Cals, like that whole group, like I feel like they are very professional, and they also, when they do collabs and stuff, it feels like really fun, and it feels like everyone's being included and stuff like that. So I think there are like proper ways to do things, and it's not just if you're in a group per se, but I tend to see like a lot of really good collabs when people are like associated and stuff. I read that, sorry. I don't like bothering people. That's the thing though, right? Like part of the reason why people don't like bothering people is because a lot of times when you bother people, people get upset by it because they don't want to be bothered, right? And so that's why you kind of have to feel out a lot of stuff. But I do think the route of, hey, I'm open to doing this, but if you don't want to, that's fine. You know, I'll go about my day, is like a good route. Sorry, I have to cough for a second. I think when I'm talking to other streamers, a lot of times I will, and I've talked about this before, but if we're just meeting or getting to know each other, I think a lot of times it's better to do stuff off stream, but sometimes that we just don't have the time. And so I'll be like, hey, I'm open to do something off stream or on stream. Would you want to do this thing? And I've learned from it as well too. I think it's I think I've made mistakes where I made mistakes where I feel like I've done things on stream when I should have like done a lot more off stream with people before throwing things on stream right away, to see if the they're like, especially like just hanging out in Discord or like stuff like that, which is also why people are more hesitant about it too, because you don't want to like have uncomfortable or awkward times on stream. Rue is so scared of you guys. Scared? Or something like your community taking you through Destiny. Yeah, like something like that as well. Scared of you? No. Thank you for the hydrate. But anyway, networking is a touchy thing. You just don't want to be the person that's like stepping over boundaries and like asking people to collab all the time when you don't know them, right? Like adding random streamers you see that are streaming and then being like, oh, we're so similar, let's be friends. Like, you also need to like calm down, get to know people, sometimes hang out in their community a little bit. Yeah. And I am speaking from a place of privilege in that like a lot of times like I meet people because they hang out in my community, and then I get to know them and then become friends, and I'm like, okay, like let's do something together. So I think it definitely, when I was smaller or first starting out streaming, some of my first collabs were me like being in other people's streams more. I did like a Phasmo collab with streamers that don't stream as much now. I gotta check, but yeah, and it was with people that I had like gone to visit their streams. I'd watched like a little bit of Beat Saber. I used to watch Bella a lot as well, and we did a collab. A lot of my early collabs were when I had like more time to like be in other people's communities. That's also probably why I don't do as many now, because I just don't have the time to watch as many streams. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, we gotta continue. We have a couple more responses to go through. Oh shoot, we got more people submitting responses. Thank you guys. Okay, let's continue. Next one, my favorite. Oh, I can't say that's my favorite, I guess, but this person's been streaming 2 to 5 years, and what is the challenge you faced as a streamer? Burnout. It's always burnout in caps lock. And thank you for the lurk. Get some good food, Shumo. Yeah, Beat Saber was good times. So yeah, this said burnout. How was it resolved and how did you deal with it? I've taken a small step back from streaming. Streaming in the moment brings me great joy, but afterwards, there's so much negative energy such as guilt. Why? I don't know. Wishing for better outcomes, lots of anxiety. Did I do this right? Did I say too much? Did I offend XYZ? On top of being physically and mentally tired. That's super relatable. While I still feel things mentioned above, currently I stream for goals that I can obtain myself. Finishing a game, for example, rather than uncontrollable goals such as increased CCV, gifted subs, chatters, etc. Before going off, I go into the void to work on online skill building and content. I've yet to find my success when it comes to the offline grind, but I feel like I'm in a much better position than when I streamed consistently for 4+ years with the unspoken goal of getting bigger one day, like Twitch partner, tight community, or something. At least I feel relatively productive and experiencing the self-growth. I really, really like this response. I feel like this person has given more resolution stuff, so I don't have to, I won't add too much of my personal anecdotes. I just think this is totally valid. I just want to give some snaps to what they said. For the first part where they said they feel guilty, like they don't know why, I think sometimes you feel like, I'm wondering, there is a bit of guilt sometimes you feel when you're streaming, whether it's like doing how well you do, or maybe sometimes people say things that make you feel guilty and it's not your fault. It could also be like you feeling like you aren't streaming enough. Like the guilt stems from a lot of different things, but I've definitely felt like a bit of guilt here and there. Maybe it's not one of the stronger emotions I feel, and hi trash can, but yeah, imposter syndrome. Yeah, I think that is definitely it's a totally valid feeling when you're streaming. And it's because streaming is a competition in a way. Like everyone is trying to get more views, everyone's trying to break out, and you see all these huge streamers making tons of money. And it really is balancing the positives, not just the money you make from streaming or that helps support your hobby and the gifts you get, but also the small and little things like this person mentioned. And so actually I didn't even think about this one that they're going to that they mentioned. I'll get to that soon, but I thought that was really cool. Let me get into that in a second, but first, there's also the wishing for better outcomes and lots of anxieties. Did I do this right? Did I say too much? Did I offend anyone? Totally felt that way before. Sometimes you're live constantly for hours and hours. Sometimes you'll say the wrong thing, you know? Some things not as forgivable as others, but a lot of times you'll say something that you didn't mean to say, because everything's just so constant, going super fast. And this happens when you're a chatter too, not just when you're a streamer, but you're in the spotlight kind of when you're streaming. So yeah, sometimes you don't go in prepared and you say a lot of stuff. When you're trying to make a serious statement about something, and then you're like, oh, did I do that incorrectly? Oh, no one's chatting. Did I do it wrong? You know? But you also have to think about it as, and Pennyman, welcome in. When you're watching a stream, there are just times when you're doing stuff and times where you won't be as active chatting. Maybe when something really funny happens, you'll type something. But a lot of times people are just listening and vibing, and you can't take silences as a sign that you're not doing things right, which is I think what a lot of people end up doing, and maybe it also stems from being extroverted or introverted, or being more comfortable with your own voice. Maybe I just like yapping a lot, so I'm damn, popped off even when no one's saying anything, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's kind of you do have to be thinking about and criticizing what you do occasionally, right? You can't always be like, oh, I did everything perfectly. Yeah, maybe this didn't go so well, and maybe I shouldn't have discussed this, because honestly, I wasn't saying what I really felt, and I feel like I was just saying what people wanted to hear. Okay, I'll try not to do that next time. Totally fine. Every stream, the thing about streaming is like every stream just passes and you move on to the next, right? Like it's totally fine that things aren't going perfectly. If you offended someone, like if they say something about it, I'm always personally of the opinion that if like someone you care about is offended by something, like they should communicate that to you, and then your job is to be just say sorry and I'll try to do better next time, right? And I think like if no one is communicating that they're offended, there's no point of worrying that people are offended by you. And yeah, sometimes it makes it build up. So if you can like snipe, okay, I think this person's feeling off, let me talk to them. You can try, but I think overall like it's worrying about, especially as a streamer, and if it's your community or other streamers, worrying if you've offended someone else will drive you crazy. Fill you in? Oh yeah, we're talking about different streamer challenges. Is that what you meant? We're talking about different streamer challenges right now. Stop sniping me. But like, yeah, and I struggle with this a lot, honestly. That's why I can speak to it so well, because I've been telling myself this for the last like few months. Because I'm like a serial people pleaser. I constantly am like worried that people don't like me, that people are upset with me, and no amount of like people saying, oh, you can never offend me, whatever. Like there's definitely people that'll be hurt by different things. Like people that I like had never expected to be hurt by anything have been hurt by things. Like that's just how life goes, right? And whether you intended it or not, like it's how you deal with it too. But you can't be perfect. Like you are a person just like they are also a person. So like if you are worrying this much, they should also be worrying that much about you, you know? Like in my overall, like it's okay to worry because you're human if you worry. I think good people worry about how other people feel because they care about their relationships. But you don't want it to like drain you when you're streaming and just make you feel sad and bad all the time. Because you're playing games you love on stream and that's it, right? Like you're doing what you want to do and there's nothing wrong with that. Me causing problems for Brew? No! Life be like that, it do. And so yeah. Okay. This person said they stream for goals they can obtain themselves, like finishing a game, rather than the uncontrollable goals such as increase CZV. And gifted subs and chatters. Ironically, I feel this way, but I don't finish games. But I also like these like attainable goals. And that's also our whole, not to plug the community improvement club that me and Windfall are doing, but like it's all about the little goals, because this is my favorite thing to say for streaming. Like you will never be happy if you're constantly trying to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like you can tell yourself, if I have 200 viewers, I'll be good. I'll be so happy if I have 200. Hey, or even at a smaller scale, if I have 10 versus the one I have now, I'll be happy. You'll never be happy if you have that mindset. You're always gonna want more. Once you get 10, you're gonna be like, ah shit, I can reach 80, right? Like I want to have 80. And so I think worrying about like how much you have and then like also internalizing that, like that's the thing about viewership. Like you're like, oh, I have 30 viewers right now and I had 40 viewers last week, right? Like did I achieve that goal last week and now I'm not achieving the goal this week? Am I going backwards? Am I like doing worse? That mindset will tear you apart because it's not always your fault. Like sometimes it's different games, maybe you're playing a different game, people are busier that week. There's so many different uncontrollable factors. And yeah, maybe it even is because this person doesn't, like 10 people didn't enjoy watching you as much. But there will be 10 people in the future that'll come by later, right? Like you can't like view it in that way. And I think this person is super valid for trying to do goals that they can obtain. A lot of my stream goals are like hit a certain rank or like, which is also hard and sometimes I quit too. But I'm like, oh, I have time to do this. Like I want to, I don't know, do like just something easy, right? Like I want to eventually, I don't know, I want to eventually play this one game, Expedition 33. And even though it took me months, I'll get to it eventually. Like just anything doable. And then you feel like you're accomplishing something because you're not a lot of times you're competing against yourself versus like other people, right? And so, yeah. You actually finished the game. Hey, that's great, Dojo. That's amazing. Like, that's super nice. If I'm watching a streamer play a game, cough, me sometimes, and then they never finish it, Persona 5, cough. It's like, oh, like I want them to react to the ending. You know, like, totally valid. If someone is worried about that, it's really hard not to think it's a mentality thing. It's really hard not to say it's a mentality thing, or happens a lot to partners who leave their main game. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Really hard not to think about it. Gotcha. Yeah, it's not easy to just swap it, and I'll move back a little bit because I was in my like hope, like feel proud of yourself, good thoughts vibe. But yeah, it is really hard to just immediately go from like I am like worried about this thing, or I'm not doing well because of my viewership, etc., and then just go back on it. Because even like, though I don't feel like that's a concern I have, and like I'm maybe I had it a little bit in the past, but it's never been my main concern. I think like I've definitely had a lot of moments where I'm stressed about it, like, oh, like like this, yeah, like I used to have this many viewers, right? Like, and I think it is definitely something that's hard to shake. It is hard to shake, which is why so many people worry about it. I'm trying to think, like, what are steps to take to not worry about it as much? Like, maybe it is those little goals, like achieving those goals and being proud of yourself. And not attributing your success to other people. It's okay to feel good about it, but not like being proud of the things you've done. I think a lot of times, like I said, I think back on like the events I was able to plan and like some of the like games I was able to finish, and some of the things I was able to do that I didn't think I'd be able to, like karaoke stream. Like my whole life I didn't sing, and I was like, okay, I'll do one, and I didn't get tomatoes thrown at me. And then, you know, you like think about the small things related to yourself. But yeah, if it's something that bothers you a little bit, like just take small steps to have it bother you just a little bit less. Blim. Hi, Blim. Rip Persona 5 enjoyers indeed. I don't mind the viewership as long as my chat moves, which is still dumb. It's not dumb. It's totally not dumb. That is, yeah, I agree though, that is kind of tied together because, yeah, like, it is kind of viewership and chat, and sometimes it's also like, once your chat starts moving actively, you want more, you know? But I agree. I agree that it is a little different, but it is something really hard to control. Yeah, even a lot of big streamers don't have super active chat sometimes. Oh my god. Hi, Sal. Hello, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 17 months. Instead, you have everyone demanding another karaoke stream. Yeah, no tomatoes. I talk in my own chat to make sure it keeps moving. That is so cute. I'm gonna cry. That is so cute. That's so cute. That's adorable. Yeah. But anyways, we'll keep going. I think they said they have yet to find their success when it comes to the offline grind, but they feel like they're in a much better position. So that's great. Yeah, no, I'm really glad to hear that. And I think like Twitch partner, having a bigger, tighter community, stuff like that. Definitely like you can have these goals in the back of your mind as well, but like focus on the things you can control first, and then take your time working through them. You know? Yeah. I also, like, there are some people, like, sometimes I just set a lot of goals, and then I hit the ones that I can. There's like different ways that you can do it. I think when it comes to Twitch partner, I don't know, I've never really, like, I think the checkmark's cool. I think the more badges and the more emotes and stuff is pretty cool, but I already don't hit my emote cap. And you get more money from Twitch partner. And you get the clout badge. But there are a lot of positives to not being Twitch partner. There are a lot of people that look for smaller streamers, and a lot of people that are more invested and want to spend time with smaller streamers. Not that the badge keeps people away from you necessarily, but like, yeah, like sometimes there is like a, I don't know, I think there is like joy in the grind to it, and I don't think it's everything. I think you get like a manager for Twitch partner. I don't know, but I don't know. I think you can be a successful streamer without being Twitch partner as well too. It's like partner light nowadays anyway. Yeah, they did change it a little bit too. And you're not late at all, Zal. Welcome in. But that's not me trying to trivialize Twitch partner. Like, definitely, like, if, you know, you can take steps, you can do, like, partner pushes and stuff like that, too. But don't be too stressed about it. Yeah. It's technically, like, if you think about it, like, everything's, like, a benchmark, and then, like, that is one of, like, it just, you know, it's just the one that's more visual, I would say. The more visual goal. The parasocial heroine doesn't hit the same when too many people find your dealer. Wait! Oh, we need to cook, Jesse! Jesse, we need to cook! Yeah. I guess, you know, that's one way to put it. That's actually so funny. Tight community. I have felt stresses of, like, wanting more people active in my Discord community, for example. I think there was a time where I felt like I was like, oh, like, people enjoying being around, like, the people here makes, like, was me feeling like I had succeeded in some way, because I was like, oh, people like spending time here, you know? And then I think at one point I was like, oh, like, if people don't like spending time here as much, like, am I, like, not doing things right? Am I focusing too much on myself, like, on my stream? Like, should I be doing more? And I think, like, in the end, I still struggle with that, but I think in the end I kind of, like, found a good balance, because I realized that I don't have all the time in the world to be in my Discords as much and do different things, and so you really focus on the things you can control. And I like doing community events, so I'll have, like, some, but I'll also still focus on my stream and just see where it goes. And if things, you know, don't work out as much there, like, that's totally fine, and we'll just try, like, other things. More Valo is what you're saying. More Valo. I'm on Valo break. This is the third time I've heard of Valo? Question mark? This weird thing where if you're always in Discord, it becomes less special. Kind of hard to describe it. It might also tie into, like, familiarity breeds contempt a little bit too. Not that it always breeds contempt, but it might just breed, like, you guys breed boredom. I don't know, like, you guys have, like, it's comfortable, but then sometimes you're like, oh, like, you know, it's more refreshing when you guys come back a little bit later. But do you feel like, unless you're talking about, like, as a streamer being in the Discord all the time, like, they can run into you whenever they want, like, that kind of thing? Familiar is the opposite of special? Well, really just, like, yeah, kind of like, oh, like, celebrities showing up, in the Discord, and then, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can see what you're saying for sure. I mean, what is it? Icy is the king of I'll coach you whenever you need Discord. No, but I totally see that. I do think, like, taking breaks from things in general, taking breaks from things in general is good, because, like, you it's even like taking a break from streaming. If people see you all the time and you don't have any, like, new things to share, new experiences, yeah, sometimes it can get a little bit, like, less special in a way. It's fun to see people grow. The novelty wearing off. Wait, you're actually so good with words. I mean, like, even parasocial heroine doesn't hit the same, was, like, kind of fire. Stay here and be my translator. But yeah, the novelty wearing off, but, like, that doesn't mean they don't enjoy you. And there's like, new things you gain from the novelty wearing off. You feel more comfortable with people. But yeah, there is a little bit of that as well. Whenever I start typing, no. All right, this person, yeah, thank you for that amazing response. I like the burnout. It's always burnout. Let's go on to the next person, and we'll continue from there. Okay, so the next person says, they said they've been streaming for 2 to 5 years. What is a challenge you face as a streamer? Having a full-time job and having the energy to stream after getting home. It seems to be a very common one. 3 hours of your day is taken up with driving. There are times when you want to stream, but the hesitation of hitting the live button is there each time. Do I have enough energy to get through it? Will it be fun enough when I'm so tired? Will my fatigue show? And they don't have a resolution here. And their main hard things about streaming is being consistent and work-life balance. Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? I think streaming is way more fun as a hobby. And that's my personal take away. Because when I have my full-time job, I also, I enjoy, my full-time job's fun too, but I enjoy doing streaming obviously more. But I enjoy it more because I know I don't have to depend on, it for my income. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But the major drawback is the amount of time. Literally, even if it's better to have as a hobby, if you have to work your full-time job and then especially if you're driving like this person is, it can sap your energy so much that streaming is not as fun then, because you just don't have the energy to stream, right? And that can be upsetting because you're I want my body to keep up with this. This is my hobby that I want to enjoy. And do you want to work to live or live to work, right? So there's also that as well. While I am of the opinion of that having a job, I want to have a full-time job separate from stream, I understand people that approach streaming full-time. I've seen it succeed because they poured everything into it, and I respect that. I think that's definitely a route some people need to go. But yeah, it does make it really difficult because you're kind of am I using up my time? Am I using up the time I'm working? Is that time? If I give up that time and put it into streaming, would I succeed more at stream and enjoy it more? Would I sacrifice something to have more enjoyment? It's kind of if you have a job that you're not as happy with. I'm thinking about my sister right now. If you have a job that you're not as happy with and it takes up all your time, but you don't have time to apply to other jobs, and then you want to keep your job and apply while you're waiting to get the next job, but you might not have time to apply and put in the effort to get the next job. Should you just quit your full-time job and then try to apply for this other job? It's kind of similar for streaming. Should I, and so I think the healthy and more responsible thing, because of how hard it is to succeed as a streamer, is probably to use it as a hobby, and keep your, it's hobby greater than job, but also living comes before job. Comes before hobby. Living and being healthy comes before hobby and job, right? If you sacrifice all your sleep, all your food, everything, you can't afford a house, you can't afford anything, you can't afford living, you can do your hobby and enjoy it for a couple of years, and then what are you gonna do, right? I feel it's definitely it's a tough decision, and yeah, and I think that's why don't beat yourself up for not having the energy to stream. Make sure you have energy. I have a full-time job, but I don't work 8 hours a day. I wouldn't be able to. And I know that if I did, and now that I'm potentially going to have to change teams and change jobs, maybe, if I really can't hack it, I will have to. I'll have to take some time off as well from streaming. It's about you definitely want to prioritize your health, and don't beat yourself up for it. Yeah, it's kind of it's tough. What you can do is try to do different things. Quality of streams over quantity. If you don't have as much energy to keep streaming long hours, you can try to do only one stream a week, but make it a really, really entertaining stream. But it does take a bit of planning as well. So, it's tough, but there's different ways you can kind of try to go about it. Overcompensation effect is a thing for sure. What about something like a job, like doing volunteer work? What do you mean? For doing volunteer work as your full-time or as a hobby? Sorry, I forgot what you're asking about and related to that. Needing to be alive. Mm-hmm. Well, you don't say gosh darn, like, no, like, don't. Awake and sleep balance is totally a thing everyone does totally. Okay, to be fair, I'm not the person to be saying have a good sleep balance, okay? But I used to, in high school and in college when I was studying law, computer science, so yeah, there were times I would sleep like 5 hours or 4 hours, and I would have to take the bus to school, so I couldn't even sleep like at all. And I would take naps during the lunch or whatever. I think college I didn't really. Maybe I'd pull an all-nighter for an exam or something, but like in high school I had a terrible sleep schedule. Now my sleep schedule is not connected, which is not great, but if I need sleep, I will get sleep. If I'm really, really drained, like I will end stream. I just happen to get enough sleep during the middle of the day, so I'm like, okay. So I'm not the perfect person to be saying it, but I also think like it could be, yeah, like you don't want to be like completely running yourself to the ground. I have had times where I'm not getting enough sleep and it's starting to affect the quality of my streams too. I'm not enjoying it as much. I get annoyed more easily. I start losing my ranked games more. And that's when I'm like, ah, shit, like we gotta end stream. Just kidding. I always go one more, but that just makes it worse. And you guys have seen that, so. The Ice Poseidon report. I just found out who Ice Poseidon is. I actually did not know who that was until recently. As a full-time or something where you have enough, oh, gotcha. Yeah, like, so like doing volunteer work, what if you have to do that? Yeah, trying to do something where you have enough energy to stream. Is that what you're saying? I mean, if you can find something that is fulfilling and gives you enough energy to stream, that's fine too. But like you also, like, you know, a lot of people work to make enough money to get that, you know? So I don't know if that would help to, like if you did, yeah. Like I think technically that adds more, though I'm not, I think I need you to like tell me what you're trying to say in a full sentence, like do volunteer work instead of your job so that you're not being burnt out by it. What is the sleep you speak of? Go to bed, not losing the rank games. I remember using my perfect ratio to determine if I needed sleep in rhythm games. Perfect ratio? What's that? But yeah. And this person's saying like the hesitation of hitting the live button. Don't be a slave to your schedule. I set my schedule and I tell people it's because I don't want to, like, I might not stream if I don't have a set schedule, and that's partly true. But it also is like to give me an idea of when my free days are. But if I genuinely don't have time, like I can move my stream or like come late or do what I need to do. You want to try to be more professional if you want to like I guess maintain like a community or audience, stuff like that. But in the end, it's all you, right? Like, and that's like the, yeah, that's the joy of it, right? So if you're feeling hesitation hitting the live button, but then when you click it, you feel fine and you know that it's just that initial hesitation, maybe it's fine. But if you really just dread streaming, I know people who have quit because they dreaded just streaming. Like they just didn't want to go live anymore. And, you know, it might either not be for you or you just need to, yeah, like take off that day, you know? It definitely, it's not that easy. Like, I don't mean to put it in a way that it seems like it's easy, but like, don't be scared to take off. You know, the viewers that you miss out on there or the viewers that you let down, like they would want you to take that break. And yeah, like let's say you would have like you're worried about what you're missing out on. You can always make up for that in another day. There's always another day. You never know, maybe like the next day, you know, you'll get like a really big raid from a really cool person that you respect a lot. And if you had not streamed, well, if you're not taken off the day before, you wouldn't have hit that raid. You know, there's a lot of like, I guess, yeah, life is about tanking all the like, tanking? Like, you know, experiencing all the fun things and like trying to view it in a positive way as well. There's 1,000 notes. How many of those were perfects and how many were greats? Oh my god, that's actually fucked up. If I don't get 999 perfects, I'm not going to bed. Speaking as someone who used to follow a gorilla streamer, it's very tough to catch your streams. A schedule is very helpful. That said, schedules should also be able to change if you need them to, and your community needs to understand it. That's a really good point. Yeah. I think that's the one thing that's hard about like not having a schedule. Yeah, it's like, because if you're following a ton of people, like I don't even have my Twitch notifs on really. I just kind of see who's like available like on the list. And sometimes I'll see it on Discord if people are streaming. But yeah. It is really hard to keep up sometimes, so that's it. For content reasons and for community reasons, it's a good idea to have a schedule. But yeah, don't feel forced into it. What I like to do is just like, if I'm really not feeling things, I'll take off. But if I'm somewhat on the fence, I'll go for it. And then if I really need to end early, I'll end early. I think I had one time where I ended like 2 hours in and everyone's like, what? And I was like tired. I was like dead tired. I was like, I can't even like stay awake. I'm going to bed. And yeah. And that's kind of the way I do it. Yeah. First poster still waiting for their brewery. And I rated them, I'm pretty sure. Didn't even put what their name was either. They just put a little smiley face. But I know. All right. How long have you been streaming? 2 to 5 years. What is a challenge you face as a streamer? This one's a pretty short response. They said backseating. Ooh, we haven't talked about backseating yet. Oh my god. Everyone put your best backseating message out. What's your put like anything you've heard before that really like hits home. I want to see them. Gave them 3, the resolution was, they gave them 3 warnings and then had to permaban. Sucks that he was their only chatter too. Yeah, that is really tough. And that's kind of what we talked about, where like, having issues with people that aren't just first timers hopping in, but someone that's like a regular in your community as well. Brew, don't forget to not say people's names. Ah! I'm not spoiling your backseating, but I like this particular ending. Oh my god, I love the ending of One Piece where Luffy dies. Did you know if you dodge, you won't die? Oh my. I think I've heard that the games that get the most backseated are Undertale? Like, I've literally never played Undertale, but everyone just says Undertale gets super backseated. I've heard Hollow Knight gets pretty bad. I've also heard, like, what is it? Persona games can also get kind of bad too. Streamer, do this! Streamer, hey! Do that thing I said in that I did in my playthrough! Forget community building, just rule with an iron fist. Delegate viewership enforcement to mods. Sci-fi should be knocking on people's door at 2 AM if they've been a delinquent and tuning in. Oh no. Sci-fi says hi and then also says bye. Worse than Mahjong Soul. Mahjong Soul gets a bit of backseating too. I'm okay with a little bit of coaching, but I think I realize like Mahjong Soul, like I get too stressed if I get too much coaching. I do realize this, but I'm like, it's fine. Like I do what I want anyway, so it's like, okay. How could you not use or know about this niche part of the game that you should be using? The legendary fish! The P-Moon fandom is pretty bad. I'll bark at my fellow fans. Project Moon? Oh man. Infamous Undertale Dark Souls viewers. Ooh. Man, you're not slashing properly. Get your parries in. I saw a stream where they were asking to be backseated and the chat was like, no. Me when I'm like, oh, I can't find anything. What side of knock at your door? I think Souls games get backseated quite a bit. Yeah. Well, okay, so at some point, what do they say? Like in the Souls games, they go like, why are you dodging? Or that build sucks. Or why are you dodging wrong? Or like, just run at them and just, why do you keep losing to that same mechanic? Is that what it is? My favorite are always, oh, you should take these perks and these advancements. That way that you can get these weapons, which Stuart's never used in the whole playthrough, and you can be super OP. I think in Hades, and I love the Hades community. I think a lot of people come in and go like, oh, do you want to use this build I have? Or do I want to, here's this build I use, but you don't have to use it, whatever. Which is really sweet. So I don't think anyone's backseated me in Hades, but the fun thing I find about Hades is picking my own build. So if someone gives me a build, it's so not fun. You know what I mean? Like occasionally if I need help with like one thing, okay. But yeah, like it saps the fun of it. If I beat Hades, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I beat him on the backs of my of my goats, like of my backseaters. I was actually warning people in another stream yesterday with someone playing Dispatch. Oh, please don't spoil Dispatch. That was like a movie, right? And Uno, getting backseated in Uno is crazy. That would be funny to me, honestly. A lot of times, like when people backseat, I like will try to do the opposite or try not to do it, just because like I think it's like I would feel bad if I did it. Why are you using daggers? They suck as a weapon. Use something else. Why are you priming all of your magic? Icy Phoenix? People, especially new chatters that start messages with, does the streamer know that blank gives me the ick? Does the streamer know that they can do this? Oh, ooh. You should go here, get this weapon spell, and do the skip so you can get to the boss. Even people who don't stream hate the backseating. I love it. There's this item near you. You should get it. This build is the best, you should use it. People have different rules. My personal rule is like, if I will never find this random legendary item in the corner somewhere. Okay, as long as the item doesn't like carry me through the whole thing. But if it's like some random little Easter egg that I'll never find, like, yeah, you can tell me about it. Because it's fun to experience on stream. But definitely not everyone's like that. There are real gamers that want to try to find it on their own. And I, you know, but for the most part, I don't want people telling me where to go, and I want people to give me a chance to find it on my own. So yeah. If I'm trying to catch like a, what is it? My sister was talking about it recently. Like, there's this one Pokemon you need to like know. You used to have to know like binary or like no, you had to know Braille to like catch this one Pokemon. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do that. This build is the best. You should use it. Bangers. I'd see build critiques or trying to guide the streamer in a certain direction. So when are we racing? Birthday, I'll race you one day. Rue, you should push. No. BTD 5 backseating. Sniper Monkey is like the best. It's so much fun when you beat something using a bad build. Tell people like, oh my god, why did you do that to yourself? Exactly. Exactly. It's like when you're trying to do a puzzle in Resident Evil and everyone's like, oh my god, you should have looked at the scratches on the typewriter. I mean, on the whatever, the music box. I will say it's hard not to backseat sometimes. I sometimes type faster than I think, which is fair. I think, you know, that being said, I actually don't deal with backseating too much, which is nice, but also we have people to take care of it if people do backseat. But there are people that will try to heavily hint, actually not even, actually I don't see that happen, but like, I've seen in other people's streams where people will try to heavily hint sometimes, and I think that's also not good, but sometimes they think that it's not really revealing enough, you know? And there's that situation too. I will say I'm not trying to kill people immediately once they like backseat. I think a lot of times you give a warning, and sometimes they're just like, if people love a game, they can't help it sometimes. Yeah, you need to learn etiquette and not do it. As long as it's not a repetitive offense, like I think we also need to have a little bit of like, a little bit of empathy, a little bit of calm, and you know, even if it's like a big spoiler, whatever, just, you know, be a little zen for that moment, you know, and tell them, hey, don't do that. And that way, if you're not like crucifying them, it won't traumatize them, you know, and maybe they'll take that to heart and not do it in other people's channels. And some people just need to be like hammered down, and then they won't do it in other people's channels because they know they get banned. It depends, right? But I like to go the nice route first. Not that anyone has to do that. Reminds me when I was sitting at dinner across from my coworker and his girlfriend spoiled a death in One Piece, and I did not know that person died, and I really, she was so cute. She was so cute. She was so cute about it too. She barely watched One Piece. She was like, oh yeah, like I think like I kind of like stopped watching when like this person died, and I was like, and then even her partner was like, looked over and went, what? Like, what did you just say? But it's fine. I held it in, and I went, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. You know, maybe the person comes back. Like, it's okay. It's fine. Anyways, yeah. I'm sure she'll never, I'm sure me being the sacrifice, she'll never spoil that death, in another, to another human being again. Instant timeout is fair too, yeah. You can time people out and they can come back later, yeah. Oh, the unknown? Oh, it's the Reggies. Yeah, the Reggies. Yeah. Sniper Monkey is the best. Intent and tone matter a bit more than just accidental backseating. That's fair too. The tone matters, which is why, like, do be careful the way you type sometimes. Like, people can take it the wrong way, and you know, just be a little careful if you can. And then for streamers, like, it's good to be, you know, to you know, you can even tell people, like, hey, like, the way you it sounds like the way you said that, like, I don't like that. I'd appreciate it if you were, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't have the right wording for it, but, like, yeah, I think there needs to be a lot of, like, sometimes you just have to be have some mutual understanding too. But yeah. The nondescript ladder leads to an entire area with a really cool major boss. Okay, as long as they didn't want to find it on their own. Seeing that you're bad and asked to fight, race, whatever when they're really good at the game. Like, do you enjoy bullying? Why was that fun for you? Yeah. I know people don't like streaming Tetris because, like, a lot of people just come in to beat them. And I think that's kind of sad. But also, like, I mean, it's a competitive game. But yeah. Oh, yeah, wait, I see, literally, I was thinking that too. Yeah, the Tetris community, yeah. I had to learn to take a moment to chill. What I have to say is time sensitive for this part of the game. I probably shouldn't say it or only say it after, so pausing, not even to think, just to chill has been effective for you. Yeah, definitely. And there are times when I've, like, maybe not for chatting in a chat per se, but, like, there are times when I've, like, drafted a message and I, like, sleep on it, or I wait till the next day, or I, like, alright, that's the same thing, sorry. I sleep on it, or I wait, like, an hour or so and, like, just think about how I want to phrase things and how I want to do things, and then I, like, am able to, like, mitigate a little bit, and lessen, like, the, I guess the effects of things, because I'm like, oh, maybe I was, like, a little bit too passionate in this message, and maybe I should cool down a little bit, or maybe this has too many words in it, and let me just try to cut it down a little. The Dragon Ball. Vanish helps for stupid moments. The best communities I've been a part of have a policy of being trigger happy with bans and with regular mass unbans. Plus you get good memes with chatters when chatters get 3-month bans for posting dumb shit. That's a cool way to go about it. It's not the way I do it, but actually that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Like, yeah, just like doing it, you know, and protecting your peace. And then letting them come back and do some fun, I don't know, some funny unban requests. I think that's also, like, a pretty healthy way for the streamer to, like, keep themselves from people pleasing. So I think that's valid for sure. I think that also might work better in bigger communities though sometimes, so that people don't feel like they're tiptoeing in smaller ones. But I mean, I'm sure it'll work too in smaller communities. If you set that precedent right away, you don't have to deal with, like, other issues you might run into. Definitely me being a little bit lax with stuff has caused issues a little bit in the past. On the heal ball. I'm way more ban happy than Brew. I just treat people as adults. It's so not my job to coddle man children on the internet. That's valid. Yeah. I absolutely do want to stand by, like, I do want to stand by, like, I like to give people a chance, and I think it's caused a lot of pros for me, but at the same time, like, it has caused a lot of stress too. There's a lot of relationships and stuff where I felt like relationships, or like I guess, yeah, I guess it's like what's the right word? There's a lot of connections. Connections is probably the better word, where I felt like, oh, maybe if I had been more straightforward, like, I wouldn't have had to do this later in the future too. Discipline. So yeah, there are pros and cons. You banned a dude earlier today because they kept pushing for a mod that they liked. Oh. Not the bum ass streamer. Yeah. Don't let people step on you. That's what I will say though. If someone's trying to step on you and, like, yeah, because what I say is, like, I think backseating, like, they might still enjoy watching you, but they were just trying, like, maybe they're trying to help, but I think in this day and age, they're adults, they should know to not backseat, especially there's a lot of people that expressly put that in their rules. I think if someone tries to step on you or say something mean to you, and, like, definitely protect your peace, make sure that you're, yeah, not letting people do that, because people might take that and run with it. Mm. Okay. Yeah, Shumo. Yeah. No, it's more important how you feel too. No, but I think that's like, honestly, like what Mod's saying is also a better track when when you grow and become a bigger streamer too. Like in the end, you're gonna have to do that. You can't coddle everyone. Like, and like you coddling people might, like, yeah, like might have a wave, like cause a wave of people to do the same thing. It can be hard being small, but one bag egg can spoil the bunch. I've seen communities I no longer frequent devolve because one longtime chatter started getting meaner and nastier but would never get banned. So everyone else sees this guy can say these things and not get punished so that they can say these things too. Totally valid. Totally valid. It's definitely like shifted, and this is a really great example. Like, and I think, yeah, I think the vibe of like my own streams and my own community stuff has also shifted a bunch too, because it depends on like who's there as well. And there are times when like I've had to talk to people privately too, because of like certain things that were being said, which I felt like were making other people uncomfortable, even if it wasn't making me uncomfortable. And I think like that's an important line to draw as well. I think for me, and I do want to hear about everyone else's experiences too. Yeah, I think like there's a difference between being like, you know, teasing, joking versus like actually just being mean to be mean, or to be mean to like kind of show off, or like be mean so that you can prove a point about how good you are at a game or something like that, right? There's like different intentions behind things, and a lot of times it comes down to reading those intentions too, so it's a very nuanced thing. But yeah, I do agree that like having the vibe of like your community be a certain way, like it can slowly devolve into that and you don't even notice it right away. Yeah, it's definitely tough, and yeah. You like to weed out the people that have bad energy for the chat community because they letting too many stick around sends a message to your regulars that's accepted and approved. More pros in favor of rule with an iron fist methodology. Do you guys wanna see? We can do a little poll here too. Let's see, like a little like, okay, on when someone, let's do backseats. What would you do? And there's no wrong answer, guys. Ban immediately. Oh, I guess with bad tone. I'm gonna say with bad tone. Ban immediately. Timeout. Oh, I guess give warning. Let's see. Ask nicely. Give warning, then ban. I guess it's just like warn. Ask nicely, I guess I'll just put as my like as I guess that's what I would do. So but I guess it comes with like the whole thing I was talking about. And then yeah. Cry. I'll put cry in there too. Okay, here we go. Not as a cool bum-ass streamer that tries to get banned. Feedback early and often. Yes. It definitely helps. Stalk the chat. Oh my goodness. Hi, Julian. Back shots. Oh no, he's unban request stream. Oh my god. How about this? Oh my god. Crazy stream idea. I ban all of you and then you guys all get unbanned. Oh my. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Wait, we can do like a Google form version of that, where you guys just like write fake unban requests. Oh my gosh, a new stream idea. Anyways, okay, awesome. Yeah, with bad tone, I wanted to make it so it wasn't like too obvious, you know. Like I think we want to say this is a negative person that's giving off a negative vibe. That's smart. We can do it. I'll write that down. But yeah. Doug, who regularly bans his chat for doing dumb meme games on stream. Weirdly, backseating in Mahjong is like, unless you really know what you're doing, you're gonna get dunked on by everyone. That's actually kind of funny though. I have seen it. I have seen it happen before. It's like, no, actually, I thought that was a good move. Wouldn't be good content unless you actually banned Phil. Fuck. How about I just like call you bitch or something? Oh, we could do like fake breakups. Just kidding. Anyway, not the parasocial heroine again. Okay. Yeah. Forms people don't. Okay. I'll write that down. Unban. Anyway, I do call you guys bitches all the time. That's true. Okay. So last thing I want to say, because I do want to touch a little bit more on what Ishii said. Yeah, sometimes it's hard because you'll have viewers that you've been with forever and like that supported you forever. Maybe they support you like hella monetarily, or like they just support you as a person and they're there for you, and there's a lot of pros to what they do. But if they are like, if they're giving off some kind of energy that is unhealthy for you and then for your community, and it feels like it's allowing other people to do that same thing, like don't be afraid to talk to them, and don't be afraid to like lose them, because if they were gonna leave you for that reason, they were gonna leave you anyway, right? Like, and there are times when I have talked to people who I have been regulars, and I said, hey, this like made me a little bit like this was a little rough for me, like I think this what happened that day, I wasn't too happy about this, and I would like it if you didn't do that anymore. And they've been super respectful about it, and yeah, and I think that's just something you should take to heart. And if you do lose people because of that, that's totally fine, totally fine. And I think it's just about your own comfort and their comfort, and if you were gonna like let it build up and blow up at them eventually, you know, you never know, maybe things could have ended worse, right? So I guess that's just my 2 cents on it. I'm very lucky it doesn't happen much, and people have been very respectful if I have like asked them for some boundaries or something specific. But yeah, it's also very hard to like control your chat, so don't feel like you're failing if your chat vibe is not always fun. There are going to be days where maybe you're like, oh, I don't really vibe with this conversation as much or whatever. But at the same time, like as long as you're doing your best to kind of keep the vibes where you want it, like that's totally fine. Yeah. No freedom. Vote for Cry. What was the, oh shoot, what was the poll results? I didn't see. View results. Most people would give warning then ban. Some people would ask nicely, warn then ban, and then some people would ban immediately and some would cry. So nice, dub. Okay, so we have 7 would give the warning, so and that's more popular. Give warning then ban. Okay, I like to see it. All right, you guys want to do some like RP? You want me to like warn you guys right now? Okay, all right, cool. Hold on, give me a sec. Let me just catch up on chat first. Now I need to see people write big. I'm so sorry, big post breakup messages that imply something absolutely insane caused by the breakup. Love that. Dojo, welcome home, bitch. Ishii, welcome home, bitch. Let's see. The only Instaban you'd say, and hi check, would be, hey, want some viewers from Insta. Yeah, no, bots, Instaban. I actually, in Discord servers, if people DM'd other people, I would like write them a message. I'd ban them first from the server, but then I'd write them a DM like saying, hey, this is why you're banned. Make sure you, like, if you want to rejoin the server, just follow the rules. Now, if someone breaks the rules, they out. I just don't have the time to deal with that, especially if it's like an art thing or something related to that. If it seems like they're a real account, then maybe I'll be a little more careful, like, and, you know, give them a, like, warning. But for certain things, out. You know, we just, yeah, especially for Discord. But I can manage it a little bit better on, stream at least. No, don't go cry, Sal. Ube, welcome home, bitch. Glenry, welcome home, bitch. Now that Sprite hit it, none of you are gonna hit it today. Auto ban. Skip straight to the ban. If Brew warns me, I'd cry. Onion mommy bans you for being fucking stupid and beats you with a brick. Should I try that? Hey, like, I'm not sure if you meant it this way or not, but I'd like it if you didn't like tell me what to do in game, because it just kind of ruins the like experience for me. So I'm not able to like, you know, win the game on my own and stuff. But yeah, but I do appreciate it, and I understand you know, it might just be a misunderstanding. But that's the brick. Anyways, roleplay backseating. No, Julian. Anyways, okay. Did I not? You know, you could tell me that every month until I stopped streaming, and I'd be like, oh, I probably didn't give it to sci-fi yet. Okay, guys. Yeah, I could give you it if you want sci-fi. All right, we should also move on. But okay. So this person, goobers. All right, this person, to resolve it, they gave them 3 warnings and had to permaban, and he was their only chatter too, so it sucks. Totally fine. If he was gonna backseat you, you don't want that as your only chatter. It's even more obvious if your only chatter is backseating. Heck, maybe that's why he was your only chatter, because he was backseating the whole time and people didn't like that, you know? So totally valid, and don't regret banning him and losing the viewer because of it. You didn't want him there. Maybe he's been banned everywhere else too, you know? You never know. So anyway, you did the right thing. I think everyone would say that. Okay, you'll hold it for now? Okay. All right, the next response. This person has been streaming 1 to 2 years. They said getting people to come and watch, oh, what's the challenge you face as a streamer? Getting people to come and watch. It's so hard to grow a community, even if you do your best to find other communities that have that energy. But like, so in this situation, I'm kind of confused if they mean like find other communities to help grow your community, or find other communities to be a part of to like interact with them. Yeah, that is tough. I think that's an issue that most of us have. You know, like, especially when you're starting out streaming, like, what makes you different and why would people want to watch you? It's so oversaturated, like the game you're playing, like the VTuber space too, and just Twitch in general. Discoverability is so hard. I think first step, don't blame yourself personally too much, right? Like, you can try to improve and be more entertaining per se, like we talked about before, and you know, emulate qualities that you would find entertaining. And like people say, if you don't enjoy watching yourself, like, you're not doing it properly. You don't have to watch yourself all the time. Me cringing at myself, but like, being proud of yourself for what content you're putting out is important too. So I guess in terms of like growing a community, there's a lot of different factors. There's so many different factors, and first of all, don't blame yourself too much for like the like not being able to grow as fast as others or whatever. But I think it's good that you're kind of trying to find other communities and you're trying to take other steps. We talked a lot about different ways to gain a community, and, you know, the different niche communities you can stream in, or the different types of events you can put on. But in the end, it's a very like, yeah, like this. I don't have the exact formula. Is there anything you guys have as advice to grow a community that you think is not very common advice? I think that might be really helpful if anyone has something they've thought about that, especially as like a viewer, that you think, oh, I've actually like enjoyed joining this community because of this, and it was something really like random. I think when I was first starting out, it's similar to how it is now. Like, I would just talk to people and I would ask questions that I really cared about asking. Like, yeah, I'm sure, like, how's your day going is like the common one, and I do care about how your day is going too. But like, if someone's telling me something specifically, right? Like, if they said, oh, I just did this thing, like, sometimes I'll ask a follow-up, but I make sure it's not just a follow-up just to make them keep chatting. Like, it's a follow-up I actually want to know the answer to. And if I don't have any follow-up questions, I'll just say something else, and I'll be like, oh, ask something random, you know? And I think like that keeps yourself engaged, and also like I'd hope that like genuineness would come out, and people would be able to tell that like, you know. The good boy in person, huh? And good night, Ube, sleep well. Yeah, I don't do good boys in person, sorry. What? Oh, shoot, okay. Proud of you for the content. How about an overall? Come across, yes. Yeah, I hope that would come across. Thank you. Thank you. お帰りなさい、ウベ様。ご飯を食べる？お風呂にする？それとも私？ Anyways. While avoiding audience capture is extremely important, you should also be very wary of yes men. That's a good one. That's a good one. Audience capture. Well, I know you should be very wary of yes men. What do you mean by avoiding audience capture? Like avoiding, like trying to hold your audience. I think the yes men thing is pretty important. I make a lot of jokes when people are saying a lot of nice things because I am a pretty, like, I would like to say I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm a pretty confident person, but I also like understand like how ego can ruin a person. And I think I joke about it. I'm like, oh, my ego's getting bigger and stuff like that. I do think compliments are really good, and not all of it's yes man stuff. But at the same time, it can lead to unhealthy stuff, like you feeling like you're never wrong. And I think that's something that people have to be careful of. Yeah. If you get 2 times the viewers playing a specific game, don't let that larger community define your stream. That's your job. Yeah. No, yeah. I think that's definitely a good point as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's, like, you can easily get swallowed up when you see the numbers go up, and then maybe you end up becoming someone you don't want to be, or associating with people you don't want to associate with, and that's, like, a trap you can fall into because of how well you're doing, per se. But stream only Valorant. Damn. But we love the Valorant community. Remember when we did that bingo? It all goes back to Valorant. But yeah, that's a great piece of advice for sure. Don't get swallowed up by it, and yeah. Yeah. Audience capture occurs when the creator feels pressured by their audience into situations they wouldn't otherwise choose. Can you give us some examples of situations they'd be pressured into? Like because there's a larger audience and they want them to do a certain thing. Gee, I don't know. Playing one more game. Okay, no, that's me though. That's me though. Honestly, if anything, you guys pressure me more to not play an extra game. Minecraft feels particularly bad for that. People with 20 to... This is actually something I didn't know too much about. Honestly, I didn't think about this as much, so... People with 20 to 30 viewers suddenly rocket to 150 while playing Minecraft, but everyone has their 2 cents and kind of messes up the vibes. That is fair. Also, like, Minecraft probably has a lot of younger viewers as well. Audience capture is a phenomenon where creators particularly... Oh, I've never heard about this. Particularly online influencers become so influenced by their audience that they start tailoring their content and persona to fit the audience expectations, often at the expense of their original identity or creative vision. This is a feedback loop driven by engagement metrics like likes and comments, which can lead creators to adopt more extreme views or behaviors to maintain popularity. Whoa, and Heimator, that's sick. I mean, not sick in a good way. But that's, yeah, no, that's a great, that captured it so well. I think, like, I think that, like, was something I heard about happening on YouTube a lot. Like, a lot of people would, like, see what videos would do well, and they're entire content would go towards a certain way. I think there was this one drama YouTuber that like, I don't remember exactly, but like stopped caring about the like accuracy or like the actual facts, and like ended up doing more stuff on like, I don't know exactly, but I heard a little bit about that. Or lean towards, yeah, like certain views just to make sure they made their audience happy. And I think if we translate this to like a stream, it would definitely be, yeah, like if you feel like you're like the new people that like, if you suddenly gain a lot of viewers playing Minecraft, for example, and then you feel like those viewers would not be happy if you switched games, for example, or if you what else would they not be happy with in Minecraft? So like, let's say you like you don't play the way they want you to play, or you stop playing in like an SMP you've been invited to, or something like that. Yeah, and you force yourself to stay doing like like survival content when you don't want to. Yeah. When everyone's like, when are you gonna play this game? Or I bought you this game, please play it soon. That's a good example too. Good thing I only play Valorant. No, I'm kidding. I think like the reason I feel like, I hope I've avoided this trap. I think everyone like has some tendencies to want to do what their audience wants at times, and sometimes I will cave when like I'm like, oh, like this is something that someone would really be happy to do. Let's give it a shot. I think what I've told everyone all the time is that like you gotta play what you want to play, and also like in general, if you're like I only put things, that's why I don't really poll to have people put things on my schedule, because I barely feel like playing some games on certain days and doing some things on certain days. So like I wouldn't, if someone like, even if everyone wanted me to play a specific game on a certain day, I probably wouldn't be able to do that. And I think that helps me stay out of the trap, because I'm like, I like still do what I want in general. A lot of the events I've done, some of them are things I'm interested in and excited about, and some things I'm more excited about. And if it's something I'm really not interested in doing, I will stop doing them. So I've definitely tried out some things where I'm like, oh, I probably wouldn't do this again, or like, but it's most of the things I've done I've enjoyed. But yeah, I think you gotta stay open-minded, and like maybe if a lot, so there is a devil's advocate though. If a lot of people, like let's say you're enjoying this game a lot and a lot of people are watching it and they also enjoy the same game, if they are suggesting you do something, maybe you would enjoy it too. But I think if you keep subscribing to that and then it keeps making you grow, you might just end up becoming their puppet. And then so you start like letting things slide more. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy that, but everyone liked it, so let's just let it slide. So it can lead down a dangerous route. I want Brew to play different games, but I also want Brew to enjoy herself, so I say nothing. And I'm very lucky. That's actually so sweet. I'm very lucky that you guys want me to enjoy what games I want to enjoy. Sometimes I'm surprised to see like, you know, people pop in when I'm playing games that I know that they're not like super interested in and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think that is not everyone. Like there are people that just want to see people play games. And so I that's super sweet. And I think that's what I want other people to find too. I want people to find people like Shumo and just people like all of you that like will most of you, all of you. I won't speak for you guys, but yeah, like people that want to watch, like won't force you into things, basically. Won't force you into audience capture. That's a cool phrase. Okay, I gotta write that down somewhere. I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you for sharing. That was Blim, right? Thank you. Yeah. Japanese idol can't have a girlfriend due to viewers wanting the fantasy. No, yeah, relationship stuff is a big deal too. Yeah, like you can't let people determine your relationship stuff. You can't let people force information out of you if you don't want to share. Yeah. Idol culture is so toxic. Yeah, no. That honestly, like, I'm not like an idol. I'm just an anime girl, right? That like plays Valorant and things I want to play. And like like there are some things that are like stressful about it. I can't imagine having to deal with all the stuff idols have to deal with. Crazy. Like, is it worth all the fame? I honestly don't think so. Maybe the money and the fame, and maybe, you know, you could audience capture is not uncommon for people who stream ASMR a few times. Oh, I didn't even think about that. ASMR also could be something that you gotta get, like, maybe people that like watching ASMR want to hear it more often. I didn't even think about that. Especially, like, there's definitely a lot of people who have been burnt out by streaming ASMR all the time, but they still do it, and then they announce that they don't want to do it anymore because it's burning them out, and I think that could be why. Is Valor your favorite video game of all time? Unfortunately. I think it is, but it's okay, I like other games too. Trust me, believe me. Yeah, Side note, do not feel pressure to play or do anything. Oh, wait, you're so sweet. With anything I gift you or anyone else, or slightly when we're actively discussing it. So when I was a smaller streamer, when I first started as well, I said if anyone gifted me any games, I will attempt it on stream. I've changed that. I think I've changed it to like try to attempt it on stream or like, you know, something like that, but it might not happen because of how many games I have to play now. It's just, I don't even know if it's physically possible anymore. And I think like it's fine. It was fine for me when I first started because I hadn't played a lot of games and I also like wasn't spending a lot of money on games. So for me, I was like, if someone has this game they really like, down to try it. I never promised that I would like play a ton and enjoy it, but I would try it, and it opened It opened up a lot of new game genres to me. I think Stellaris was one of the big ones that I thought I would never enjoy, and I just brain rotted that for a little bit. Yeah, a lot of cool like different games. So I think there's pros and cons, but yeah, if you buy something for a streamer, like try not to pressure them to like play it if they haven't expressly said they would, and honestly you shouldn't pressure them in general, honestly. But yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Try Alt F4. Oh my god, almost did it. You almost got me. Yet more reasons to rule with the Iron Fist. I'm just happy you do what makes you happy and what you want to do. Thank you, Ben. Me being here for all the Palos streams. Thank you so much. Bruce chat, unlike real authoritarian states, can be left at any time. Are you gonna leave now? With OBS. Streamer in chat, not game. Bruce 0-for-0. Wait, what happened? What got deleted? Wait, I can show this. What the fuck? Why did you delete that, Bear? What the? Oh, I get it. Anyways. As an idol. Okay. And hi, Summon. Hope you're having a good day, too. That's totally the reason you don't do boyfriend ASMR on Twitch. The one thing I will say about boyfriend ASMR, I do think, like, you gotta be careful when you do anything that leans, like, if you're doing it, like, I think ASMR can sometimes lean sexual. It doesn't always, and it definitely doesn't always. But, like, when you lean towards content, like, that can be seen that way, sometimes that's what people expect from you, or people don't, like, that community won't treat you as well if they want certain things from you, which is why I don't really recommend that kind of thing. I joke around about it because I think it's, like, but also, like, do what you want to do. If that's what you enjoy, do it, but that's if you don't know about that, like, you might, like, stumble into it and then be like, oh shit, like, I don't want this kind of exposure, I don't really want, like, this kind of environment of people, like, sexualizing me, or, like, you know, yeah. But ASMR is not always sexual. Sometimes ASMR is just calm, soothing stuff to help you go to sleep. Sometimes they read stories to you. It doesn't have to be. So that, but if it's boyfriend ASMR, yeah, I think that does sometimes. Yeah, game backlog long, money stopping you. Yeah, if you can't be grateful I found someone I don't really need. Exactly. Like, yeah, and you know, that's how I feel about celebrity stuff too. Like, let them be happy. You could retire right now and not finish your backlog even if all you do is gaming. And Nakomi, hello, 3 years? Oh my god, welcome back. Hello. Searching the absolute bottom of Steam reviews for games to make Brew try. Don't do it! Welcome home, bitch. Alright, leading the parasocial can be dangerous, yeah. Ayo Shumo? You're actually a great example of being horny on stream without being sexual at all. Thanks, Baron. Oh my gosh, I love that. I need that on an award. Can someone give me an award that says great example of being horny on stream without being sexual? What about ASMR where Bruce scolds you? Hello? I can do that anyway. Oh, and wow. Oh my goodness. Well, that's so cool, Nakomi. Welcome. I'm glad to be part of the adventure. Hope you're doing well. Okay, guys. Also, I'm gonna continue now. We kind of got stuck on this, so we're gonna continue through some of the more responses. All right. This person has been streaming 2 to 5 years. They said once you start losing viewers and interaction, you start to care less and less about making your streams good. You barely look at chat anymore because the only people chatting are bots, which makes you lose even more viewers as genuine people just get ignored, which leads to a lack of community. And there's no resolution for this one that they listed. That, I felt like I was like in a Black Mirror episode and I was like, I was being put through this. But no, losing viewers, honestly, I think is one of the, like, yeah, definitely, for me, what was one of the reasons why I was like, I think it's not the losing viewership. Sorry, I'm like saying sentences and not finishing them. It's not viewership that bothers me, but I think like because of the people pleasing thing, I worry about losing people on bad terms or like bad terms or not great terms or whatever, or them going, oh, I've been here for 3 years and I don't respect you anymore, and they leave. You know, I worry about that kind of thing. And I think that type of thing would really hurt me, and I'm trying to work on not letting that affect me as much. I'm not saying that this is what this person is saying. I think that they're talking about like in general, like losing viewership and interaction. But there's so many different ways that like losing viewers, besides it just being a number, can affect you, right? And what they're saying about starting to care less and less about making your streams good, that's so valid. I think when you're in a like negative headspace, and you guys can speak more on this if you know anything about it as well. But when you're in a more negative negative headspace, you do kind of like lose energy. And sometimes you like are losing steam, so you're like, okay, let me just like, it's not like I'm losing people anyway, like I'll just like I'm just gonna keep putting up streams. But then you keep putting up streams and you're like, it's not working and nothing's working, and then it's hard to like yeah, it's hard to like pick yourself back up, especially if you like lose viewers because you used to stream in a certain category or a certain type of game and most people watched you for that. I think when I talk about it a bit, but I think I had a lot of viewership. Well, honestly, what helped me gain viewership was streaming Final Fantasy main story quests. And honestly, I didn't experience like I don't think the drop was that bad, but I did have like more viewers during that time because the story is so interesting, right? And that was a really exciting time for me as well. I think like at the peak of when I was learning Tekken, that was like a really good time for me. I'm trying to think of like other periods of time where things were like really poppin' too, but it's not all about like how many people. Sometimes it just like you get that dopamine rush of, wow, I'm like a streamer, I'm doing like everything right now, and then you realize, oh, maybe it was because of this, and oh, I'm not retaining that. And that is a totally valid challenge and struggle. Besides any advice that we can give, like just want to acknowledge that is like that is totally valid to feel like stressed out because of those types of things. But like I think you really do have to view it in a way of like all of these things are experiences for you to learn, and as you grow, it's gonna happen all the time. Like when a new game comes out, when you rebrand or re-debut with a new model, or when you're doing something new, like if you, let's say you're like a 200, 300 viewer streamer, and then maybe like it'll drop to 100 one day and it'll be fluctuate even more when you're like bigger. Yeah, if you are letting that get to you, like if you're letting that get to you, right, it's gonna keep getting to you. And it'll like never get better, right? And so you have to really pick yourself up from that. I think for me, sometimes when I'm feeling like negatively about like, oh, I don't feel like my streams are as good as they used to be, or like I think these ideas were really good in the past and now it feels kind of dull, I start shifting what I'm playing. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stop playing competitive games for a bit, I'm gonna play story games. Sometimes I'll just vegetate for a while. I just have no new stuff. I just stream games, stream it, end stream, relax, go to bed, do whatever, and then I take a huge break for like a month, and then I'm like, hey, this is a great idea where I feel like I'm caring about my stream. I'm like trying to make it good. I'm like working on it and doing something that's really me. And then I work on that idea, and then I pick myself up and start doing like new things. I think you need to give yourself a break sometimes to get through that. But I do think like this is something where you have to like reshape your mentality. And I tell people I'm on that copium where it's like, if you're losing viewers, interaction, it could be for so many different reasons. It could be life. The school just started. Could be someone just like one of your regulars got a new job and they're trying to like live their life, and you should be happy for them just like they're happy for you, right? There's just so many different like things that could be happening. Don't blame it on them just not finding you entertaining anymore, right? Maybe they're addicted to a certain game right now, and like what Dispatch just came out and everyone's on the grind, you know what I mean? Like it's there's so many different factors. So really, like, it's okay to be critical and be like, maybe I need to change up what I'm doing, right? Because adapting is like all about like it's what streaming's all about too. But at the same time, like, you really can't beat yourself up all the time. You need to pick yourself up at some point, and even if it takes a while, like the best thing to do is to get there. Let me see. That's easy. Nakomi wholesome. Let's see. That's a chat bot. You guys are making simply interact with the bots. Oh, you're making jokes about the because the only people chatting are bots. Honestly, yeah, you can talk to your bots. I have my stream elements and Nightbot talk to each other sometimes, you know? But yeah, that section of like losing even more people and then you're ignoring the genuine people, that is also like, yeah, like if you have fewer viewers and you're ignoring those viewers because you feel bad about how many viewers you used to have, then you're not doing it right? Like you're like, it's only like a numbers thing to you. And it's okay to care about numbers. I just want to add that too. It's okay to care about numbers. Everyone cares about numbers a little bit, right? But there should never be a point where genuine people are getting ignored, right? Because then, like, what are you streaming for, you know? Maybe big streamers can ignore genuine people because they like are more, you know, sharing the content, and then like the people, like large audiences are getting that escapism and enjoying the content without them having to interact with them. But if you're a smaller streamer, a lot of the times like that, if you want a community, which is what this person is mentioning, like a lack of community, you shouldn't be ignoring the people you feel that are genuine, right? So anyway, I'm gonna continue. Mod says that's 100% a mentality problem. You can't control losing viewers, but you can control the part about not caring about making streams good. You should curate your streams for the community you want, not the one you don't have. This is totally valid. Oh my gosh, you guys are so good at this. Take my podcast. But yeah, control what you can and don't beat yourself up about the things you can't control. And good things will follow when you do what you want to do, because people gravitate towards people that are doing things that excite them and are things that they want to do. Some of the things, events and stuff I've been like most excited about are the ones where I feel like people are doing them because it's genuinely something they're like really excited about. And you know, not just like trying to, yeah, like do what will get viewers. We definitely lost some of the regulars from the Final Fantasy 14 days. Yeah, no, absolutely. But like, I don't, honestly, that's like totally fine because that's like an MSQ thing, right? Like, and also in general, that's like, there's less content for me to do, and I've been playing it less, so it makes sense. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do miss a lot of the Final Fantasy 14 people as well. Yeah, it's not easy. Your 6-pixel PNG glory days. It's possible to make no mistakes and still not pop off. This is true. Absolutely true. Let me see what the welcome home, bitch. Did that work? Yeah, it did. Okay, nice. That was for Baron. With the core factor of making big being like, you have to have the position to pop off when you get that random 200 viewer rate. Yeah, no, I do think like, anyway, it's hard to talk from like a point of like, it's hard to speak for it because I do think, like, I think people have talked about this too, like, there are people that are not made for streaming in terms of, like, it would tear them apart, you know? Like, the whole process. And maybe they don't truly love it. Um, but I do think there are, yeah, like there are things you can do, and there are ways you can think about things that make it an enjoyable experience, which is why I love it so much. But it can definitely be like, I think I'm the type of person that like has really high highs or really low lows, and I've been trying to like squeeze that to be more middle ground where I'm like trying to enjoy every day, and it's not easy for sure. It's so easy to forget why you started streaming or what you want to get out of it once you start to look at those numbers. The numbers become the reason. I stopped streaming because I tried and failed to shake that mindset and go back to just enjoying it for its own sake. Yeah. And yeah, no, it is. That's one of the hardest things, really, because it's so competitive and because a lot of it is tied to monetary success and success of like how other people view you. If you're a big streamer and you get a lot of viewers and you make a lot of money, people view you you make more relationships with people just naturally because people want to get closer to you. Maybe not like always the right people too, but it's so hard to not view it as like view it as a reflection of your success. And yeah, it's like not worth it for a lot of people as well. Forget why you started streaming. Now, I started streaming so that people Valorant. No, but yeah. Yeah, and I look at the numbers all the time. At least I like keep my viewer count on. So I know who's like, well, I don't even know if that's an excuse to know who's there. I keep it on because I want to know like what's doing well and what's not doing well. Because I'm curious about it. Because I'm like, oh yeah, like maybe I'll like this is better on this day, or maybe this is better on that day. But just to keep up a little bit. But yeah, I think it's like if you're not enjoying it, that's a clear factor. There are times when I think about like all the stuff I didn't know about when I first started streaming. Like it was all like a tunnel where I didn't know where I was going, and I was like, I'm turning on the live button. I was like, if I press live, like what if I can't end the stream? Like what do I do? Like do I just shut off my computer? Like there's so many different things. And now that I know more about it, I'm at a place where I can try out different projects and do different things with the community. But I also think about like all of the excitement that came from like doing everything for the first time. Yeah. If you just go through the motions, you won't have the ability and the experience and the ability to jump through any doors that open. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you need like, and I think that's not just be ready to be famous at any time. The camera could be on you. Not just that, but also like be yourself the entire time. Be excited and like don't always like feel like, oh, I'm a failure, like I'm not doing things properly, you know? It's tough. You have to seize the moment when it happens. You can't control if and when that will be. And honestly, like when I think about how I'm talking about all this, like I think for me, like I think like it is also speaking from a place of privilege where I feel like I had a lucky break with Final Fantasy 14 and like some other things, and I was able to kind of like run into a lot of people that were really cool and really sweet. And yeah, I know a lot of you say it's because streamer gravitates, like the wholesome viewers will gravitate towards wholesome streamer, and that's really sweet. But I do think a lot of it is like I have gotten very lucky. And I guess the one takeaway I do want to say, because is that like I do feel like, you know, no matter where you are, you're always going to want something more. And throughout my entire like experience streaming, I've tried to be like, yeah, like I could have more viewers, or I could like make more from this, right? But then like I'm genuinely like happy. Like if I stopped here, like I'm like I feel like I've done a lot. Like I feel like I've like, even when I like had the first month of streaming, for example, I was like, the first chatter I had said I wouldn't be able to stream for a whole month. He was like, pshaw, I doubt it. And I was like, out of spite, I was like, I'm gonna get a whole month of streams then. Like I'm just starting out, but I'm gonna stream like every day for the month. Like I want to prove this guy wrong and that I can actually commit to something and do it. And yeah, I had like maybe like 1 or 2 viewers that entire time. Oh, actually no, maybe not entire time, but I had like fewer viewers at the time. And yeah, and like I was really proud even in that time, like, you know. And so yeah, I just like the little W's. I just want people to be happy about. I would arguably say like some of those moments were like, you know, how I was talking about some of like the big events I was really happy about, and like, you know, Final Fantasy MSQ and all these things, and like the tournaments, like those times were really fun, like early on, like those are really fun times. Season 1, when it happens, you just can't control if and when that will be. That's true. And if and when it will be, yeah. You have to put in work to be ready. Yeah. And thank you for the lurk, Zal. Nightbot. Oh, yeah. Ah, I'm ignoring you. No. I will not take your podcast. No. Wow, I'm really far behind, aren't I? Oh shit, I gotta catch up. Genuine interaction. No. What if I don't have ideas though? What if you don't have ideas? I mean, what makes you excited? Like, there are a lot of things you're passionate about, Dojo. You're passionate about Project Moon. Like, you know, that you can come up with something fun related to Project Moon. It's not that easy to just come up with ideas, like random stuff. But like, I'm sure there's things you can like brainstorm about. Some ideas will come easier, and maybe it'll take a year for you to come up with a really good idea or whatever. But if anything, for all the ideas that you find exciting, like some will hit, and then maybe some won't be as popular, whatever. But like, you can at least have that experience of doing it. And you could also, there's a lot of suggestions. You can take inspiration from other streamers too. Like, I wouldn't say copy one-to-one, but like, if someone did like a Project Moon speedrun or subathon or something like that, like you can like kind of take inspo. Should I stream for you too? Yeah, sci-fi. You can make some mistake and pop off. Have you tried? Oh my god. It's true, but you get the wrong people. Hi, Nyan. Been lifted for an hour, listening for an hour while doing Pokemon Go. I hope you're oh my god, people still play Pokemon Go. Let's go. Hope you're having fun with it. That's harsh. Hope that commenter comes back to stream soon. Actually, during my like second or first subathon, because they unfollowed because they were mostly following for small streamers, I think. And one of my, I think Jace, I'd gifted a sub to them. And they came back during my subathon, and I mentioned that, oh, I watched your like clip on stream and like about what you said, and they laughed a little bit. So it had been a couple years after, so they did come back. While success and opportunity equals opportunity, effort formula likely holds true in streaming. Not gonna lie, it feels like a little like listening to lottery winners giving investment advice. That's understandable. Actually, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying too. Like, it's. Yeah, I am speaking from a place of privilege too, and which is why I just want to like try to share some of the difficulties, but like at the same time, yeah, it's not super easy. I think for the people, like not everyone's gonna succeed, and that's just how it is, and maybe streaming's not for you, etc. But if you're gonna not succeed, like you should enjoy the process. Try to enjoy the process as much as you can, or find something that you do enjoy. So if you're gonna commit to streaming, then like I would just like I just think it'd be better if you went in with it and enjoyed as much time as you could with it. It's kind of like a parent telling their children, you know, it's okay that you failed that one class, because like it's not gonna matter that much in the end anyway, right? Like, and so it's, yeah, and streaming will always be like very, very tough. No one's saying it's easy, and all of these challenges are totally valid. Yeah. Definitely don't want to go down the route of it's like all just stop being sad, because it's not that easy. It really isn't. Not putting in the work, yeah. But we also shouldn't like put down the people that are like, you know, like or who are slower to get those things done, because putting in the work sometimes for streaming, there's no set path. Like what is the work, right? There's always things you can do, but like because of like different things people struggle with, social interaction, other things, it can be tough. Okay, I'm gonna start skimming a little bit because I know I'm really behind, but don't be scared about that, Dojo. Like, I think it's okay to have some like worries about like your streaming and everything, but like if someone decides you're boring, they were gonna leave anyway, right? Like, you just need to work on yourself more and doing stuff you enjoy. It's being in fear is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy at times. Yeah. It's like a job. Spite is a heck of a motivator. Giga chat. Yeah. I'm very spite motivated. No, this is true. This is absolutely true. Honestly, like, I think people have told me that I won't be able to continue running the community the way I do. And I've fielded criticism for being too lax about things, which is totally valid because, like you guys said, like, it leads to more stress and more issues. And, and maybe that's I'm a little bit spite motivated in that I want to show them that I can work, you know? But even if it takes time and even if, like, the community changes and stuff like that, that's fine too, right? Like, it's just how everything goes. Okay. Catch up. Oh my god. As a career. Yeah. As a creative social outlet, as a hobby, like, I guess we're talking about, like, if you want to be, like, if you're trying to be, like, a big streamer and full-time stream and stuff like that, that is not for everyone. Streaming itself, like, everyone can, if you have fun doing it, yeah, you can do it as, like, a hobby and enjoy it as well. But I do think streaming is so heavily tied into that, like, career, trying to make it big mindset, so that's kind of, Zal, yeah, you can DM me, Zal, if you have, yeah, that's fine. Thanks for asking. Doesn't define who you are, exactly. One of my pet peeves are streamers who do want to succeed and grow, but still approach it like a casual hobby, canceling streams or showing up late whenever they're not feeling it. Pick a lane, in my opinion. Damn, harsh. No, but I do think, I don't think everyone does this, but I do think there are, some people do have tendencies to blame, like, outside factors when, like, they're also not putting in the work. The thing about streaming is it's so tough because sometimes you are putting in the work, but, like, maybe there just isn't an audience that finds you, or discoverability is bad. There's a lot of factors that, like, so it's hard to tell which one it is. But that's why I say, like, don't always blame. I like to be on the copium a little bit, but at the same time, don't always blame other things and outside factors, because, like, there's a lot of things, like professionalism, like, you'd be surprised how often that's not a thing in, like, streaming. Honestly, you probably wouldn't be surprised. But just, like, general things that, like, will make, that will help you. And I don't think I'm perfect at all of them either. There are definitely some things I'm not as good at, and that, like causes issues too, right? But the thing is, you try to do your best and then not let too many things slip, and show that you're, like, yeah, like, put in the genuine effort. Yeah, that's true, Mod. You're very much not visual-minded. You can only hide behind minimalism for so long. I hid behind minimalism for the longest time. I don't think I upgraded anything for the longest time. I was, if it's free, it's for me. Still kind of am sometimes. No. It's, yeah. Have you missed an opportunity to call the shoe the the brewery? The brewery is the name of our Final Fantasy Guild FC, so, but also I was like, Escape Pod sounds fun, and I just didn't really think, I had another name, I forgot what the other name was gonna be, like, I forgot, but it's clever, thank you. Hi, Jin. No bigger predictor of growth than consistency. Not every consistent streamer grows, but I don't know of any who just go live whenever they feel like it. Yeah, I do think consistency is a big thing, and that happens to be the #1 thing that people find the hardest thing about streaming, which is, I think more than 80% of people found it to be the hardest thing. I guess, like, the one thing I'll say about, like, consistency, I think, like, yeah, it's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort. I was streaming every single day while I was working remote, and then I switched to 5 days a week, and then now I switched to 4. And it's not easy too, because you give up a lot of time. And if you're young and if, like, that's a lot of time you could be going out to see the world and spending time with people and doing, you know, and it is a sacrifice you make. And so yeah, it is tough. But I will say, if you want to grow, like, I do think, yeah, consistency is super important, which is tough. It's tough. Bruce perfect. Who? Nar. Upgrades, what are those? Classic. Escape pod is genius for a podcast featuring a ship captain. Let's go. FC, once you're playing again. And thank you for the hydrant stretch, Jin. Consistency can look very different. You can get away with streaming only once a week if you're making shorts, YouTube, TikTok. Exactly. Isn't there, like, who's that one guy that, like, streams once a year or something and pops off? I forgot his name. It also, but a lot of times it's because they were consistent early on and then, like, didn't have to be as consistent later. It depends on your content, yeah. But the thing is, when you're doing shorts, YouTube, and TikTok and other things, that's also kind of a full-time job. In fact, I would say you might be spending even more time editing your videos, versus, like, streaming a lot of the time. So, I don't know. Germa, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this person had a really, like, Black Mirror-esque a response, but I think it was really good. Honestly, I think it was really good to, like, show you guys what it's like too if you've never streamed before, because sometimes you do feel like things are slipping away, and nothing is enjoyable anymore, and no one wants to be around you, and, like, it's tough. Yeah, I think, like, there are times when just things are slower, and you feel like you're failing in some way. So yeah, a lot of people feel that way. So it's something that a lot of, like, most streamers will face at some point, but at the same time, you keep trucking and try not to put blame on yourself for things, and there are a lot of different steps you can take to try to shift things. In a way, I guess, like, me doing a podcast too was something I wanted to do differently, because I felt like making the same jokes, didn't have a lot of new things to talk about, and wanted to try a new form of content. But the thing is, like, I felt like I wouldn't be able to maintain a just chatting stream because, like, talking about the same stuff. And so I think a more formatted thing where I can read people's responses and then I'll also add anecdotes and I also take some notes. Yeah, it's helpful. All right, next response. This person's been streaming 1 to 2 years. What is a challenge you face as a streamer? They said, I would say balancing between doing stuff behind the scenes to make stream better and streaming. That is, yeah, work-life balance. We talked a lot about that. They have a resolution here. They said, I'm still working on it, LOL, but I guess setting up a task I want to do on each day. I'm also trying to make sure that when I stream, I don't do anything after stream that's work. Also, make notes. With so much different things I'm trying to do, having notes of stuff that happened during stream and things I want to work on or learn more about has been a lifesaver, so it's not circling in my head constantly. Ooh, so writing things down. Doesn't podcasts require at least 2 people though? No, not necessarily. I do plan on doing like maybe having guests people on eventually, but I think, like, I'd rather figure it out first on my own before. So yeah, I've seen a lot of podcasts with one person. I guess you guys are my second person, think about it. Anyways, so yeah, this person's resolution, awesome, to write things down. When I have so many ideas in my head and I'm, like, constantly like, what if I did a podcast? What if I did a podcast? When I actually wrote it down, it is so much more relieving. Sometimes I lose it, but I, like, write it down again somewhere. I actually started a cleanup server, which a lot of people are helping me out with, thank you, where I manage all the stream stuff I need to do. And, like, here's some examples. So, like, basically I have an entire cleanup crew server where basically I have an assets section where I ask people for advice on, like, where I can get some new emotes, what different redeems are popular, what soundtracks, sound alerts I can use, any clip suggestions, which I already get from my normal server. I'm trying to do some merch stuff, but it's been on hold for the longest time because I just, like, there's a lot of logistics, and so I'm trying to work on that. all my events planning and future projects. Even when I made the Discord server a community server, it was a little bit of a project just to make sure everything would go well. I converted all my Discord images, like art channels, to forum channels, and that took a while because I had to manually put them all in. Potentially turning like it, starting a business, and doing some more security stuff. It just like helps to have everything written down, and even if you don't get to it, like it's there for you if you need to go back to it, and you don't feel like you're doing work all the time and you have to keep remembering it. So I think this person, yeah, totally valid. Work-life balance is tough, but like a lot of times it's just like getting all the stuff in front of you and then tackling one by one, even if it's slow. There's always another thing to do. There's always another thing to do. Every time I think, I'm like, oh shoot, we got a big event done. There's like 3 new things that pop up. So, yeah. Yeah, modern short editing is an absolute slop fest. All the videos that pop off, the content does it for the vid. The actual editing part is 5 to 10 minutes. Shorts have insanely diminishing returns when it comes to efforts. Long form is where the big edits work. Iron Mouse next guess. Having others does help the podcast environment and fill any dead space. That's true. We'll eventually do that as well. And I also think it'd be fun to bring some people on because it won't just be me giving opinions and stuff. So yeah, definitely. I'm definitely not opposed to it. We'll do it for sure. I think it's because it's so new to me and I make silly mistakes like the one I made today. I think it's like fun to, well, I want to figure it out on my own first, and then when I'm more comfortable with it, I can start inviting people so that I can help them out too if they're new to it. But hi, Rivers. That's because you're always planning new events. No. Anyways, anyway, this person also said that they don't do anything after stream that's work. This kind of ties into what we talked about earlier and what I was saying too. Like, I when I first started streaming, I felt like I was always on the clock. Like every time I was thinking about what's the next game I want to stream, what's the next thing I want to do, and I still do that occasionally. But there's a lot of periods of the day where I just don't think about any work, and it's not constantly on my mind. And maybe it just takes time. Like it just takes time because you're so used to it. You're like, I can worry about that later. Zen. Yeah. Thank you, Check. Well, on vacation. That's true. I do go on vacation. Vacation's good, guys. Vacation helps you reset. Okay. Let's see. All right, cool. Yeah, and excuse me, Flip. Anyways, yeah, I do like what this person added in as well, but yeah, I hope that works out. I hope that works out. Work-life balance is tough. There's no right answer. It's always a juggling fest, but maybe it's that you don't rush things. At least that's what I'm like, okay, there's no need to rush. I don't need to stream 12 hours. I can relax a little bit. I'll just stream 9. No, I'm kidding. But anyways. All right, another baby streamer, 6 months to a year. I used to stream regularly 5-ish years ago at the beginning of the VTuber boom. Oh, then I had an identity crisis since I couldn't sing well or produce the content that everyone else was doing. It caused me to slow down and stop streaming. I know like very early on, like idol VTuber culture was like the most popular thing, and it wasn't as common to just be a gamer and stuff as well. So that's a really interesting perspective. I feel like I've always not had to think about like being able to sing and stuff. So like, it's really interesting to hear about the struggle that this person has gone through as well. Their resolution was, honestly, I spent years taking vocal classes and learning the language till I got to the point I think it's reasonable. But the new challenge is the scene has changed since I've been gone. I guess it's kind of like, maybe that's a lesson in itself that like, well, I'm glad that they took steps. I think spending years to take vocal classes and learning the language to do different, to like keep up with that is like you put in the work, which is hella cool. But also at the same time, yeah, like maybe you didn't have to. Maybe like if you weren't comfortable at singing or didn't want to do that, you could have branched out into other content as well. But even though it's changed, there's still a lot of people that sing and do amazing content, and speaking another language is always a plus. So I don't think you have to worry too much about that. But yeah, maybe you could have capitalized on it more in the past, so maybe that's why it's a challenge where you're like, oh, now that it's changed, I didn't really need to do all this. I still think it's great that you put in the effort to do that. You didn't take it as a, oh, I can never do this. You were like, okay, well, I'll just take lessons and I'll learn a language. And I think learning a language is one of the hardest things you can do. So, yeah. They were straight copy paste of the Japanese scene. And yeah, and I think that, yeah, that's definitely where it started, so. Very cool. Well, I guess, yeah, if anything I'll say, like, yeah, I don't think your time was wasted, and it's since the scene has changed, the scene has changed, but it's diversified. So a lot of different things are acceptable. You can do ASMR content, you can do Souls games, you can crochet, you can do whatever your heart desires, you can share your vocal class journey. I would see it as a positive as much as you can. But totally valid. Penguin. Let's see here. All right, and build Gunpla. Yeah, you can build Gunpla as well. Let's see here. Okay, and CS2. You and your CS2. Our next responder said they've been streaming for 2 to 5 years. They said, having a lack of energy and time due to work, I can't even engage with friends due to me passing out after work most of the time. In which I have difficulty producing content such as recording/editing the way I would like to. Also, as time passes, I age and my back is starting to hurt. Body is not functioning correctly. Difficulty sitting for long periods of time, unlike my younger self. One way I found to resolve this issue is quitting my job and then trying to reincarnate myself into a younger version of myself. Okay, well, okay. The goddamn 2 to 5 years did this to you? No, okay, well, first of all, there's a lot there. There was a lot of, so they can't even engage with friends due to them passing out after work. Yeah. Yeah, that is very valid. I felt that a lot with trying to work and spend time with family and friends and stream. And I just, a lot of times I try to spend quality time with friends rather than like a lot of quantity. And like, I don't know, I just kind of like balance between like IRLs and playing games with online with people. So there's that. But yeah, it's yeah, that it is tough when just like work-life balance is tough. I think that overall you should try to have periods where you're prioritizing the things you need to prioritize. So like relationships are like more important. But the thing is, like, work is hard because if you're like not remote and then if you're going into work and the set amount of hours you have to work and you lose your energy, it's like you have to pick the fun thing you want to do. Do I want to stream? Do I want to spend time with friends? And it sucks. There's a lot of people that don't don't have jobs that give them that freedom. And before 26 years old, passing out after work, yeah. I do that too, so I take naps after work sometimes. And I'm remote too, and it's still... Yeah. Let's see. Recording, editing the way they would like to, and then aging and their body not functioning. Yeah. That is... Yeah. Do you guys have any suggestions? Sometimes it's like... I mean, I felt a little bit, but I don't think I'm the best person to speak on, like your, like, aging, issues as much. I think health issues I've had, like, I think I've had I don't know, I get sick really easily, and I also, like, wasn't drinking enough water, and there was a lot of things that were, like, more tiring, and I had to get my energy up. And I was lacking vitamin D because when you stream and work at home, a lot of times you don't get out as much. And I like went to the doctor for a lot of these things. I had like dermatology appointments I had to go to take care of my skin. Yeah, just like, this is not even like necessarily a stream issue. I mean, it's related to stream too, but damn, it's like, it's just a general thing. I guess the most I can say is like health is king. You gotta make sure you're healthy, or else you can't pour love into the things that you do. So even if it feels like you're wasting time by like taking care of your health, prioritize that first and then see where you can go from there. And then the part where you're trying to reincarnate yourself into your younger self, you know, I think that sense of humor and mindset means that you're gonna be fine. Like quitting your job too, like, yeah, if your job was, honestly, like if your job was really like sucking all your energy and time, like finding a job that doesn't do that, like even if it like makes less or is not different, it might just like make your quality of life way better. Oh, Tomic, I'm using your soundtrack. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't switched it in a while too. I should also switch it soon. Yeah. I also got a water bottle with a straw, and that's changed my life. Well, my dad got me the one where you can like slurp up the water. And I drink way more water now. Good fitness and diet can do a lot, but a lot of that is nurturing your mental health. On top of that, nurturing your mental health is super important, because otherwise you'll always have a defeatist perspective. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Alright, let's move on to the next. I think we have like 3 more to go, and then we'll yap a little bit more. And hi, Scene, hello. Alrighty. Okay, so, also, yeah, let me, I don't want to switch off the soundtrack right when Tommy shows up, so I'll just do it after this one. Okay. This person has streamed for 1 to 2 years, and what is a challenge they faced as a streamer? They said that they've struggled with I'll just read it in their perspective. I've struggled with emotional regulation in the past, and streaming has genuinely helped me grow in that area. In the beginning, it was mostly about being self-conscious, but over time, learning to trust myself helped me relax, let go of that pressure, and actually enjoy my streams more. I gotta make sure I wrap these responses. Quick intermission. Okay. They've learned to. I've learned to stay in the moment more. Oh, so I asked how it was resolved. I've learned to stay in the moment more and show myself compassion instead of judgment. I also built my stream environment intentionally, a place meant for relaxing, hanging out, and feeling safe. Creating that space for others ended up creating it for myself too, which was exactly what I needed. Which happy ending. Yeah, I think like it's really brave of someone who struggles with emotional regulation to dive into streaming, because like it's a place where the emotions run high, and there's like, in addition to all the competition, there's like so much like just meeting people online and through Discord and stream has so many like, you learn so much about people in so little time, and like you form these relationships, and a lot of, you know, things don't work out, and there's a lot of like just so many things going on, and being able to stream and build a community and stuff like that is, yeah, it can make it really tough and amplify those like struggles. But it seems like, yeah, it really is like once you're able to get to that point where you're relaxing a little bit, not putting as much pressure on yourself, it really does help. And people will feel that energy from you too. And I think that's why so many people create like a safe space in their community, because like that's always going to be a relaxing place to be. Like, it's always going to be fun to be in a safe space. If your community is constantly built on like toxicity, like maybe it could be a little funny sometimes, but like at this, like you won't want to wake up and stream to that every day. Yeah, it's already been 4 hours. Oh my god, yeah, 4 hours of yapping. So, yeah, I like that's what this person did, and it only took them 1 to 2 years too. So, yeah. You never know, maybe you'll run into some challenges in the future too, and you'll be able to use that like mindset you had to get through it. Alrighty, so we have 2 more responses. I'm going to put a different soundtrack on here. This was made by Density a long time ago for me. A little bit different. So I'll play that one as well. Listen to me! Okay. Next one is, it's always so sad to see streamers who are afraid of or just don't like the community they wound up with because of mistakes they made around community building while growing. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like a lot of people don't know how to handle it because it's their first time, and this is speaking as someone who didn't know how to handle it. Like, I think it's sometimes you need to have a moment where you realize like what you want, and it is a lot harder for some people because of like it depends on the people that show up, and like if it's a large portion of people that are like basically like you're not enjoying them, or if it's one person that like kind of kills the whole vibe for your community. There's different ways people handle things, but yeah. That's why the short-term solution might seem scarier, but it'll be way better for you in the long term, and that's why we talk about these things too. And like I think slowly content has kind of shifted. Like I think early on it was like power socialism that people didn't like ever put into words, and no one really knew how to address it, and now you can just address it. And I think in the future, when these things happen more often, people will be less afraid of like it because it'll be a common thing. You know, when you're like going through something and you're scared that like you don't know what to do, and then you like search it up on Google and it's on Reddit and someone else has had the exact same situation and figured out what to do. That's basically gonna be this. I hope. Thank you for the stretch. Jeez, I will stretch. But yeah. And sometimes you don't even have to make mistakes for that to happen too, which is unfortunate. Like, there's so many people on the internet and stuff, so it's hard to control who comes in and out. But I think there's always a way to try to pivot back to where you need to be. And if it means like confronting people or like removing people, like that's, yeah. With Big Time Rush, sorry. That's you, boss. The subreddit. I think Fearden was gonna create one at one point. Alright, this next person said for how long you've been streaming. They said 5 to 10 years. So we have another person who's been streaming for a long time. What is a challenge you face as a streamer? 1, people think I am using them. We did kind of touch on this a little bit. People think I am using them, though I just think of something and it relates to a person and I want to talk about it / get help about said topic. 2, people questioning always running subathons. Okay, so these are 2 new challenges. I think we talked a little bit about the first one. I think that the second one we have not touched on. The first one, that people think that you're using them, and even though you just want to talk about something or it relates to them, I think this one is tough because I also have like struggled navigating the sphere of like, I don't want bigger creators to think I'm using them per se. So I am like more careful about like reaching out and stuff like that just to avoid anything, like just to avoid that kind of thing at all. But I do think like if multiple people are like thinking that you are using them or whatever you're like, if multiple people are thinking that, then maybe it could be about the tone you're using or about the way you approach things. Because there are a lot of people, I think people like streamers in general have to be on the defensive because of how many people will be like adding them out of nowhere and going, let's play this game, let's collab together, let's do this thing. Because they have to be on the defensive and not sure if people are using them. So I think it's about like if you formed like a relationship with them to do those types of things and do those types of collabs and stuff or whatever you're trying to do with them. But I also think at the same time, if someone thinks you're using them, they clearly don't view you in the same way you view them, right? And at that point, that maybe that's someone you're not going to interact with for stream stuff as much, right? And that's kind of why like this whole networking thing is so difficult and why we kind of talked about that a lot. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, that's also why we talked about it so much, because it is hard to network a lot of the times because people's perceptions of you will influence how they react to you when you want to do things with them. And I think that's like that's a huge thing. I think, yeah, you have to be careful about the tone you're using and stuff. I don't know if anyone else has experiences with this as well, but I think a lot of the times I err on the side of not, I guess like you said like talk about it or get help about said topic. So if you're like maybe asking about a stream related thing, if someone has like opened up like a thing, like for example like I have a channel for like advice and questions and stuff, and I've openly said if anyone has any questions about streaming, like I'm happy to help with anything. Like I've helped people set up like stream related things before because sometimes it's just easier to get like a demo and stuff like that. If people haven't openly offered that kind of thing and then you ask for like help with it, I think maybe to them it could have been like asked for like in an open like space, like in like a Discord channel or something like that. It is kind of a tougher situation though. So yeah, I guess it really depends on what you're asking too. If it's a one-off person, it could just be them. If it's many people, then yeah, definitely like being careful about your tone. You would say diversify your interactions with people to build your relationship more with them so they don't think you have ulterior motives. That's a good one too. I guess diversifying your interactions is, yeah, I think I would say like if there's someone you like, if you're just messaging them, if there's someone you regularly hang out with, and they've expressed like, you know, a closeness to you, or it's really hard to gauge like how close you are, especially in the streaming environment too. Yeah, I think people tend to think that when they're not as close to someone, so yeah. And the second one, a question always running subathons. So I've run 2 subathons in the past, and I think it's like normally when I think it's different situations for each. I think I've done it for like my 2nd anniversary, and I've done it because I just wanted to try it for the first time. So it was like my first subathon, and then I think have felt a little bit like my community is pretty small. I don't think I would run a subathon unless another subathon unless I have like a plan or theme or something to offer for it. If you're creating like, if you're making each subathon like different and doing different things for it, and it doesn't feel like it's, people will only question it if they think it's just that you're trying to milk your community for money, in my opinion. I don't know if there are other reasons people would question it. The difference between a subathon and your actual streaming, at least like for me, I stream like 4 days a week, 5 hours or a little bit more. If I did a subathon, I would probably make it like 8 hours each day, and then it wouldn't end. So that'd be 40, wait, it'd be, for a week, that would be 8 hours? I don't even know, 7 to 8 hours. I think I did like 6 to 8 hours for a week or something. Let's just be generous and say like 8 hours, and then times 7 is like 56 hours. 56 hours versus 4 days, 5 hours, like, let's just say 6 hours, because 24, it's like double the amount of hours. I think like, yeah, I do think it's like a difference in amount of effort. So for me, when I look at subathons, like I think of it as like, yeah, you're literally like, I remember Comfy's subathon back in the day too. Like it was running like a month, and he was just constantly streaming. You pour so much into that. You don't interact with anyone for a while outside of it. You're constantly live, and you can be people's comfort background forever. There's like a lot of sacrifices you make to do a subathon, so I definitely think the view, like the way people view subathons, I think people should have a lot more respect for the way subathons are run. But at the same time, if people are questioning that you're always running subathons, it could be because they think that it's like the same thing over and over again. So maybe it needs to be diversified or spread out a little bit. I don't think it's that difficult to gauge your relationship with other streamers. You don't think so? I mean, some people, well, honestly, I feel like it's not too bad, but I also err on the more defensive side. And so I don't, but I also think, you never know. You never know. Like, I think if for example, like if someone's in my community, I can tell like, oh yeah, they want to be here, or they like, I can like, we can spend time together, and they won't, won't think I'm using them, etc. But if there's someone that's not in my community as much, I also have to be more careful. Like even if I feel like we have a good relationship, like I don't want to feel like them to feel like I'm like only calling them for content or something like that. which is something I've run into in the past as well too. Well, not as much, so nothing like crazy, but I don't think you necessarily have to stream more to make a subathon special, but you do have to do something to make it stand out from your usual streaming. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Because at some point, it does become, like, I think that the difference between your normal streaming, and thank you for the hydrate. The difference from a subathon from your normal streaming is that you stream more hours, you're always there, you have sub goals where you do, like, different things, and, like, that you wouldn't normally do. Raise the timer now! People can enjoy watching the timer go up and support the streamer. But it does kind of kill the, at least my personal opinion, I think it does kind of kill it being special if there's too many. Because for me, like, it's also like but it depends, right? Sorry, I'm trying to put it in perspective of, like, streamers that are smaller than me and streamers that are bigger than me. For me, it doesn't make as much sense because I already have regular subs, which is very sweet. I think if you are newer streamer and you don't have as many regular subs and you don't have as much exposure, like, subathons are a great way to kind of, like, show off these goals that you can do and get people involved and do different things. So I think it's like a different, like, me giving advice, I want to try to put it in like where I'm not, like, generalizing it. But I will say, like, I do think, you know, if you do too many, sometimes people might question the intention behind it. Like, is it for the subs and the money? Is it for, like, so that you can keep having cool ideas? Are you just really good with subathons? Like, maybe you're just really good at doing marathon streams. But, like, people will take it the wrong way sometimes. This one's a really interesting one. Depends on how socially and emotionally in tune a person is. People have different levels of being able to assess social dynamics. Yeah. I mean, true, but that's just a general concept anyway. If you're friends with someone, you don't just hit them up to help you. You hit them up to spend time with them and vice versa, no? That's true, but it does, like, for streamers, it's harder. Like, because you don't have a lot of time to just, like, hang out all the time. So sometimes you, like, don't hang out as regularly, but you're not sure if you guys are, like that, you know? I think with, like, but I see what you're saying. Like, if you, yeah, like, some people their love languages are different too. Like, not as much quality time, but maybe they're like gift givers, or like there's like different types of, yeah. I have 2 things people forget about subathons. 1, it is okay to cap your subathon's timer. That is true. I did that for my second one, actually. 2, you don't have to raise the timer at all. A fixed timer makes it a race to hit goals. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, yeah, I also did that for my second one as well. Yeah. But the thing is, like, the issue is that I think not, like, some people worry about whether they're going to be able to get enough subs at all. So not raising the timer, like, a lot of people, that is the incentive for a lot of people, the timer, right? Like, at least I think that's why it got popular. I mean, you keep Ludwig on stream forever and keep him in a little ball and he'll never leave you. And he'll spend all his time with you, you know? At some point, it does stop being an event, and you have to ask if you'd be better off being more low-key. You can have the incentives without trying to fake it into being... Okay, I wouldn't say fake it, but yeah, I actually do see this too. You can have sub-goals and it not being a subathon, because you have the goals. I mean, when I first, like, my first year of streaming, I think I had sub-goals and follower goals on my screen at all times. It was like, at this level, I'll do this every single time, but it was no, like, there was no rut. Maybe I think I had, like, a little bit of, like, 30 days left or something like that. But it doesn't have to be, like, a subathon, as well. There are different ways to do it, too. Did you always have those antenna thingies? Yeah, I did. I could take them off, though. See? Normal. Thank you, Baird. Cartoon Network. I've seen some subathons that I very much enjoyed that were capped and only streamed 4 to 6 hours and not every day. Yeah, that's true. You don't also have to stream 8 hours a day too for a subathon. I do, like, personally, I feel like if I'm streaming 5 to 6 hours a day, it's not that different from my normal streaming. So when I do a subathon, I tend to do more because I'm like, that's how I'm differentiating it, though I also have the goals and stuff like that. And maybe, like, I'll take a day off or something if I need to. But yeah, I do think, like, yeah. The meaning of subathon kind of has started being stretched a little bit. But that also doesn't mean you can't like be flexible if you need to be. Like you don't want to like trap yourself. What happened? We're escaping into a podcast. Hi, Guilty. Big dub, Soul. Good luck with that. Anyways, so they have a small resolution. So for the using them thing, they don't have a resolution. But for the subathon thing, it looks like they said, I just want to be able to give back to my community in different ways. Having goals for them outside of stream shenanigans feels good to me. It makes me feel like I'm able to give back to them in a way. So you feel like the subathons are like helping, like it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like you're giving back to your community too, because it's like an exciting event. And honestly, subathons technically, actually they do take a lot of planning, but in some sense it is like, you know how we talked about how streaming, you turn on the stream, you play the game, you end the stream, and versus like coming up with a big content idea where like chat controls your thing or whatever, there's a different amount of effort being put in. Like it allows you to not have to come up with like crazy new things, but just stream longer, and then get like, you know, those types of things going. But I do feel like, I'm trying to think, like, I think a subathon is generally not viewed as a, it's actually it's a mix. The streamer the community gets to spend more time with you, and the streamer gets to get a lot of subs, and get supported for that time. So honestly, if you feel like you're doing like the most for your community, then like your intentions are good, and go for that. But if you also feel like, because you know, if people are questioning you, like then those people probably like won't, I don't know, might not be like the community members you want if they don't understand your intentions. But I do want to acknowledge that, yeah, subathons can often feel like you're asking for help, which is not always the case because a lot of work gets put into subathons, a lot of time and a lot of work. But people will always think different things about it because, yeah, I personally have also like kind of held back on subathon stuff unless I have like a really like strong idea and the time, to do it. So yeah, if you want to give back to your community in different ways, like definitely, maybe you don't have to format it as a subathon all the time. Like it could be like what is it? I think Scout or like some other people did like different types of streamathons where it's not sub related. Like it's like, I don't know. There's different types of ways you can do it. I think it's still sub related, but maybe they're themed differently. But yeah. I mean, you could also give back to your community in events too. Do you guys have any other suggestions for that too? When it comes to dealing with feedback, take all feedback seriously, but not literally. If people are questioning your subathons, then it means that they're becoming stale. Pretty harsh, but... Oh, and Crash, thank you so much for the resub. Happy 14 months. Those people feel that way. And maybe that means it is a point for you to consider, so you don't feel, so that like you don't lose the community you're trying to hold on to. Yeah, I feel like this one had a lot of conversation about it because it's a very like, I think it's a little bit touchy subject too, because like, Coconut Mallathon. Yeah, what was that subathon though technically? But it was like, I forgot what the theme was for the Coconut Mallathon. IRL Backpack 4. Oh yeah, that'll be 1,000 subs. Your favorite subathon concept is one that Onikana does. She calls it a reverse subathon. Each day during it, she tries to speedrun a game and sets a timer. And people can gift sub donut to lower the timer. Oh, that's hella cool. Wait, that is actually so creative. I've never heard of that. That is really cool. Oh my god, karaoke-a-thon, but every sub adds 0.0001 second to the timer. I'll see you guys half a song. Half a song is actually too much. I'll see you guys 1 second of a song. The world's longest subathon is currently on date 1,000. That just makes me sad. Because it's like, how many years of your life? That's 300. It's like 4 years? That's like 4 years of your life streaming? I think you need to take like good breaks and yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, the coconut mall theme. Oh, yeah. That's horrific. A sci-fi. Over 4 years? Nah. Yeah. I mean, like, some people are built for it, or, like, really, like, the dopamine rush of getting all the subs, too, and, like, the, like, maybe it's, they did some really enjoyable ideas, too, but, man, that's 4 years of your life. You could go experience so many different things. I don't know if they had some IRL streams, I don't know, but just being on stream is, like, exhausting in itself because you're constantly, like, yeah, you're constantly, like, talking to people. You don't get to be in your own headspace. I guess the person can go to sleep, but, you know, they don't sit there and stream. They definitely leave chat to be entertained while they do something. That's fair. But, like, still, like, just the idea that stream is on, like, I feel like it's definitely some crazy issues that come from just feeling like you're on the job all the time. Check. Anyway, yeah, so I would say, like, you know, if you really, like, feel like you're doing, like, a good thing and you're trying to give back, if you feel like the people important to you or the people that you value are not feeling that appreciation, then it is something that maybe you would need to change up and try different things. But in itself, like, the subathon is technically supposed to be like it's like a trade, right? Like, you're giving up your time and they're, you know, and so it's, but, like, yeah, I would, if that's starting to affect you, like, definitely something to consider. Yeah. Alrighty, we'll move on from that. And this person specifically says work-life balance and stream assets and redeems art alerts are what they struggle with, so gotcha. Okay, next one is 2 to 5 years this person has been streaming. They say, what is the challenge you face as a streamer? This is the last one, by the way. They say that I think the main challenges I face with streaming are finding a steady audience and the motivation to stream in spite of it. I've moved towards seeing streaming as more of a hobby. Oh, this is the resolution, sorry. I moved towards seeing streaming as more of a hobby that I do when I have the time and nothing else going on, but still leave chat open in my peripheral just in case. Also, it's a nice way to work through my backlog of games I want to play. Yeah. I think one of the first people that, because I was also working through backlog stuff. I know Zach, OTC, he streams and streamed without ads and never went affiliate, and then would just try to get through his backlog and enjoy. I think he eventually went affiliate, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think that's a super cool way to get through your backlog and share it with people. There's so many games I would play that I wouldn't enjoy as much off stream, so I think that's super cool. Yeah, finding a steady audience, the motivation, that's I think everyone's kind of struggling with that as well. Yeah, and that definitely, we already discussed all the different factors related to that. Using stream to slay your backlog? Oh my goodness. I was supposed to say back shots. Anyways, yeah. So it seems like you're going in the right direction with it. And you never know. Maybe that hobby could branch into something more, you know, something more, something bigger. My brain was like, yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't know if there's too much more I wanted to add. I do feel like I didn't really want it to be an advice, like, your challenge is not a challenge, a podcast, but we definitely did kind of lean towards that, so I do apologize if I yap too much about my personal stuff. But yeah, I definitely, like, hope that these challenges are, you know that you're not alone in them. Everyone's going through a really similar thing, and it's okay to go through it. If streaming was super easy, it wouldn't be as exciting. It's kind of like a what is it? High risk, high reward? What's the right term for it, though? It's more like a, yeah, I don't know, something like that. I feel like that's the wrong phrase. It's the one where it's like, it's, you know. Having a main game to stream allows you to build a community and steady audience. Absolutely. If you want, like, one of the ways to grow bigger for sure would be to, like, focus one game, and then that community, like, will come when you're playing that game, and then they can get to know you, and maybe if you diversify, you may lose some viewers, but you'll also like you'll keep some of the ones that enjoy you, right? So I do think if you aren't seeing any growth and you've tried everything, oh, and thank you for gifting Maple sub, thank you. If you've tried everything, and it like feels like nothing's working, like I definitely think like you can go down that route. You can try streaming like just to get your foot in the door. You can try doing things that you think would get viewers, but in the end, you should definitely like try to make sure you're streaming what you enjoy, because yeah, you don't want to be like doing, you know, making it into just a job you don't enjoy, because that's the whole point, right? So to do something you want to do. Dear Dr. Brew, you missed the yapping? I've been yapping this whole time. You've seen streamers lose a huge chunk of their audience when they diversified. It really depends on the game, but I know Genshin streamers, for example, had it bad for that. Yeah. And that's the one reason why I'm like not always recommending that, because it's like you will experience a drop in viewership if you only stream one game and all of your audience wants to watch that, because like that's just how it is. Like there's some Valorant streamers I watch for their gameplay, and then I'm like, okay, if they're streaming something else, I might not necessarily check it out. It depends though. Like some of them, if I like them enough, I'll see, oh, they're playing this other game. And I think the thing is, like, you have to be okay with like not having as much viewers playing a game you're not as comfortable with. There's a whole like video on like Myth from TSM where he streams so much Fortnite and then like realized that's not what he wanted to stream anymore, and then like started losing viewers, but like had a really positive mindset about it, which is a really cool video to watch. I watched it a long time ago, I'm not sure, but you can also do a main genre of game because many games don't have replayability. Yeah, main genre, yeah, like you could focus on strategy games, you can focus on fighting games, you can focus on FPS, you can do that as well. Yeah, competitive games have a lot of replayability, but if you want to enjoy different story games, you can focus on like particular ones. I never stop yapping. Losing 80%, yeah. I know like there was a Splatoon streamer I'd heard about from a mutual that like was professional Splatoon, and then like he would get like a ton of viewers because he was like, he won the championship or something. And then I think when he was diversifying, it was a lot harder, and it made him take a break from streaming for a while, because it's like, it is tough to think about like, if like, think about it, if you're like struggling with losing like a little bit of viewership, if you lose 80%, it's like a huge drop, and it's like a, I think you can use like, your doubts become amplified and everything. But you have to like understand that that's not on you, right? And if anything, it's a positive that you've gained people from that community, and now you're trying to diversify and maybe gain people from other communities too. Yeah, I think it's definitely a route to go though, if you feel like there's a genre you really like and you like other things aren't working. Like you might find that that's the community you want to stream in. You might not even want to diversify later on. Maybe that's just your game, like you just enjoy. Horror, action, FPS, story-driven games. Yeah, like PewDiePie was big on horror games back in the day, right? There are a ton of people who got big off of like FPS, and then eventually like people realized they just have really funny personalities. If people drop you if they change games, that means those people weren't really there for you in the first place. Yeah, but the thing is like, there are going to be a lot of people that are like that, because we're streaming games on Twitch, right? Like, so there's gonna be a ton of people that like have a favorite game they want to watch and enjoy watching, and there's always gonna be someone else streaming that game, so like they can just continue to consume that. But you never know, maybe a year or two from then they get tired of that game and then they branch into the category and run into you again. It's a big cycle. Gotcha, same. Oh, someone else's game is Tekken 8. Allows you to diversify with the least amount of viewers lost. Yeah, you can avoid getting like a bigger tank, but in the end, like, it's the same, right? You're gonna feel that stress no matter what. Just chatting game. If you play nothing but horror, for example, you can maintain viewers no matter what you play, as long as it is horror. That's true. Yeah, those people will like you get them for the horror, but then like you never know. Maybe you play like for 1 month you're playing all Resident Evil games, and then you switch off to like Phasmophobia and they're like, this ain't my horror games, and then you lose some people anyway. But you lose like less viewers. I'm always playing that in the background. Probably talking about Bin there. Bin, my favorite streamer. I agree. If they leave because you play a different game, means they never liked you. They only like the game. The reason I like all the communities I'm a part of is because the people genuinely enjoy the streamer no matter what they're playing. Yeah. And I just want to acknowledge, like it's, you know, I obviously subscribe to that because I, like, play a lot of different games. But, like, people are in different circumstances, too. And, like, if... I do think there's no right way to stream. And if you, like, you gain enjoyment from, like, chatting and the people chatting and the excitement of being an entertainer, if that means you have to play like one game for a little while and to like, yeah, get your foot in the door, for example, like I still think that that's a completely valid way as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, right? And so like you know, like there's a ton of communities that are like more game oriented, and you know, maybe that's ends up being like your thing, and yeah, but I do think in the end I can play whatever I want because I like don't feel like people will leave me if I play League of Legends or like if I play a random game that people don't normally like. And hi Vin, thank you. I remember when Saint used to play Tekken 8, now he plays Rivals and says that Emma. Rivals is a really fun pivot though. Karaoke. But yeah, okay, cool. Let me see here. Okay. I think, you know, I was supposed to have a section where I add personal anecdotes, but I've added all the personal anecdotes already. I just couldn't stop myself from yapping. Forgive me, guys. Oh, and thank you for gifting a sub to Killing Man. I really want to stress that I don't, like, I'm not trying to be like, this is how I succeeded, you know, whatever, like, if you do this, you'll succeed. It's more of like, I personally, I feel like, especially when I was shifting and I felt like the community was shifting a ton, and when people that I was like, this person like said they'd be watching me forever, and I didn't see them as much, I definitely, like, there were a lot of times where I felt like, oh, did I fail in some way? And I was like regretting it. I was like, back when I was smaller, like, I think people enjoyed watching me more, maybe, you know, like there are times where I felt like, oh, I was like not doing things properly, and I kind of wanted to share that struggle a little bit because I think it's totally normal to feel that doubt. Yaposaurus Rex, excuse me, I'm in the middle of pouring my heart out and you call me a Yaposaurus Rex? And so, like, it hasn't all been like perfect for me either, but I don't think that was, like, I think that's been obvious too. And I like posted some videos on like people pleasing because I felt like I needed to focus more on myself, and yeah, I don't know, I was just very emotionally affected by like different things, and I was like, oh, like, you know, I just want to make sure that I'm doing right and not, you know, I think early on I told everyone like I really enjoy doing community stuff, but I also don't want to neglect my stream. Like, I do want to still focus, like I came here to stream, like I enjoy doing it, and I enjoy the whole process. Like, I feel like it, you know, like for a while I didn't have like a set hobby I would do. I would watch anime and K-pop, and then like I was like playing Valorant or a little bit when COVID hit. But like streaming has been like a like really fulfilling for me, and like it's a great communication point, or like thing I can talk about with other people, and so I like really like streaming. It also, like, people have supported me so I could continue doing it. So yeah, anyways, I'm yapping a little bit about like personal stuff, but all of these things people have talked about, like, I've definitely felt. Well, but I definitely, yeah, like some of the things I've dealt with better. Like, I think viewership wise, I'm like, you know, I've dealt with it better, but also I haven't like seen like as huge. I've seen drops for sure, but like I think like I've been like okay with like how the pace is going because there are always people around me. But I think things like managing community and like wondering if I did the right thing when I made certain decisions, being too involved in things has been a problem for me. Like, trying to mitigate conflicts I'm not a part of, because maybe like at the core I thought it would like affect everyone if I didn't like if someone that was like more neutral didn't step in. There's a lot of different things. I mean, like, I haven't like talked about it in Discord, but even like there's a lot of different conflicts I probably could have handled better. And so yeah, I think like it's really, yeah, I think seeing how everyone else is like going through all these things as well, like very similar things, it's kind of, I think we should all like help each other out a little bit more. And I think have a little bit more empathy. Like sometimes people are really unforgiving because everyone's trying to make it big. Everyone cares about like all these like, you know, a lot of the material things. And I think like in general, we should have a bit more empathy for people who are just trying their best. Yeah, I guess that's the message I wanted to get across. And I've been feeling a lot better. So it's funny because I think when I had first announced the podcast right before my vacation, I was like, you know, like different things have been stressing me out, and I'm like, am I doing enough? Was everything? And then recently I've been feeling pretty chill. I mean, it's because I took my vacation. So I went into this more positive, but like definitely, you know, I don't really share a lot of stuff like that on stream in like in long form, so I'm glad I got to talk about it and yap at you guys. And if you are someone that doesn't stream and you mostly like watch streams, I hope it helped a little bit to hear more like about things that people struggle with. So maybe like if you have a streamer you really like that's small and they always put on like a positive like, you know, a positive vibe, like make sure you're like thinking about them too and trying to, you know, be one of those good community members. Yeah. Hey for the yapping. Aw, you're so sweet. And thank you, Mod. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. I appreciate it. You guys are so kind. And yeah, I agree. I think I'm a blanket kicker. I'm someone that lets a lot of mistakes, things I think are mistakes, like linger for a long time. Like I still think about like when I was really young and I think like I didn't finish my food at like a friend's house and like their parents were admonishing me a little bit. I felt like I let my family down. I think my sister had to finish my food for me because I didn't like it that much. And I was like, and I just felt like I was, yeah, I feel like I let everyone down. I thought my world was ending. I thought I embarrassed my family. I thought I let the embarrassed, like it was, you know. And then later on, like I had talked to my parents and they even said like, no, if we knew they had said that to you, we would have said something like, it's okay, you don't have to, like blah blah blah. And then I don't know, I thought about it for like weeks after and I was like, I'm never gonna get over this is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. And then like years later I was like, I remembered it again and I was like, yeah, why was I like so torn by that? And then I realized like a lot of little things bother me quite a bit, especially like when I feel like I'm doing the right thing and then like things aren't going well. So yeah, I think I'm a lot better with dealing with it. And I've been very, very happy. And I try not to like force the happiness too. I think being sad sometimes is good. Having a good cry is good. But yeah, I just, you know, I think I just, you know, want you guys to know it's not always perfect. And you're all doing fine, okay? And you're all doing good. Yeah. Aw, you guys are so sweet. And when sleeping, me too. When sleeping, me too. And thank you, Sci-Fi. Thank you, Sal. You guys are so sweet. I still remember the time my father went to pick me up from school and I completely didn't see him and hopped on the bus at home. So he had to drive home just to drive back out for us to do something. Oh, wait. That's so sweet, though. That just shows how much benevolence you have, which is very admirable. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much. Know you. I'm trying to reassure you guys. You guys are reassuring me. Regrets and bad memories of ruined relationships. Yeah, it's really tough. Like sometimes you are the person doing things wrong, you know? And then sometimes like things you just don't know and things go wrong too. You know, there's a lot of different reasons for things to happen. Oh, and Sam, hello. Yes, we've had a really good time. Oh no, Sci-Fi. Yeah. But yeah, I think we pretty much touched on most things. So I guess that's a good note to end it on. I did want to ask if anyone had any additional questions or topics they wanted to touch on before we end. Yeah, almost at 5 hours. Yippee! Yeah. And I'm glad I'm glad we got to get through everyone's responses, and thank you guys for sharing and being open about your struggles and challenges. I'm sure it's helped someone, and yeah. Not sometimes. I already know I'm the problem, but I'm a rocket and be the best problem. We need more empathy. We need more empathy with each other. Yeah. What are we talking about next week? Ooh. I'll talk about that soon. I have an idea, but you light your cereal on fire before or after? Dude, lighting your cereal on fire might be kind of sick. Like a little bit of like a creme brulee if you have like some sugar or something. Next week. So, I mean, then one of the ideas I definitely had was to do an episode on the viewer experience, since we already talked about the streamer experience. So I'd love to do an episode on that. Yeah. But I'm not sure if I want to do it right away after. Maybe we can take a little break and do a more casual subject. So I will think on it. But it might not be next week. It might be the week after. I will let you know. But yeah. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Could you sing me to... No. You know that thing we were saying about like doing things people ask you to do? Yeah, no, not singing. Just kidding. Well, I was really uncomfortable with karaoke. I wouldn't entertain it, but you guys have already known I've done it once or twice already. Alrighty, well, if we don't have any other follow-up questions, I guess we'll head out. Thank you guys again for coming to the pod. Big appreciate. Also want to thank all the people who did the soundtrack. So I have a little credit slide if you guys want to see. So listen to this soundtrack right now and think of a good name for it. I'll start it from the beginning here. Think of a good name for this one for me. Okay, I just like, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna play Kuma's while we end, but let me show you guys my little, hold on a second. This stream has been sponsored by, let me see here. A small chat box, yay, and then, is it this one? Yay! Okay, so this music track was made by Kuma last night and he called it Now Watching Blue Raspberry Syrup Podcast. And then Beep Boop. I could play them as we go, actually. Actually, let me play them a little louder here. Play them a little louder. Okay. This is Kuma's. Unts. Leaving us again? What do you mean? Oh, and thank you, Ben. Okay, this one's Kuma's, and then this one is Tamaki's. He made this for me a while ago, so I'm glad I got to include it. This title doesn't. This one doesn't. Kuma's did, but I kind of like it. I want you to know that Tamaki named it. I think maybe he gave me a real name. I don't know, but. And then this one was by Density, who made this for me a while back when he was practicing music stuff, and he just did it for fun. And it was just practice track, so if you have a name for that. Space Elevator. Ooh, that's kind of good. Wait, Space Elevator is fire. Space Elevator. Thank you. And then the podcast background is obviously commissioned by Delta and done by Nasby here. Yeah. That's insane. You cooked. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, you wanted Beep Boop as the elevator music. I thought this one was good for it, but... yeah, I think this one's actually pretty good for elevator music, no? Anyways, thank you guys again for the music tracks. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'll play Kuma's for the ending. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys again for coming. Take care, guys. Bye-bye!